way more modern. Wow.
Oh yeah, they don't have like all that weird texture and stuff on the right where you're like, I can't see anything. What is even happening?
Yeah, I'm
All
having...
right.
I am being
Go ahead.
tutorialized.
Oh yeah, they're doing the things like you can find the button down here, and you can find that button over there, and this button's down here now. It's like actually you did a pretty good job of calling navigation, navigation.
Did you host or?
I'm gonna host now. At least I think I'm gonna host. That's been so long. Host convoy. Called Rual Suwey.
Hey Lanix, yes, it is a Suwey and Rual
It's also
stream.
weird that's like, oh man, give me a moment. I don't remember. Let's see. Is this gonna show the characters? Okay, cool. So I don't have to worry about accidentally showing stuff.
Huh?
All right.
Yes, Goldie. Also, it's so
Just
good to
making sure we
see
don't
you.
have
How have you
anything we gotta
been?
worry about. Yeah. Damage between players is an option. Gonna leave that on.
Someone else had the issue doing it in Twitch at the same time, and they stopped.
Cool.
Twitch.
I think we're good with that. All right.
I don't understand Invisible Man.
I've already forgotten the password before I even sent it to you.
On your
doing good.
bakery stuff.
Let me try that
Show?
again.
Feel free to post a link to it.
I'll send you a password here in just a second.
I am talking to chat.
That is a-okay. I do not have a convenient mute button, so me muting on the Discord call is gonna be me swinging my finger up there and clicking on the button.
That's mine right now.
So
mine's on control, but gladly my chat tends to be on the slower side. So one of the few times I appreciate it.
Trying to click out of it. There we go.
I mute to
so I just sent you what should be the password for the session. It should be called like Rual and Suwey or something like that.
I'm using sorry, talking to chat 2 seconds. I'm using controller, so it's a little harder than that. Okay. Let me look. Oh, you're great. I like it. Actually, can I just join off my friends list? Are we not? We're friended on Steam, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're friending. I just failed to, like, normally I do a thing where I welcome everyone and I'm not gonna even worry about today. It's collab day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we didn't bother doing the stream together pains today just because half the features that are exciting aren't in yet.
Yeah. And it's like it says, oh, you're live with this person, but nobody cares. Like, honestly, if they were gonna click it on that, they'll click it in our title anyway.
Exactly.
So I'm not too worried about that.
Okay. So it looks like we do have both people in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And now I gotta remember how we even do any of this.
All you do is you go to jobs, and then you pick one. So like freight market.
And then we share it.
No, you do it. You click it. I don't think you have to share it. I think I just have to, like, go to the same place as you again, and I can pick it up at where you are. If I remember right.
Long job or short job?
I do not care.
Let's drive through all the way through Nebraska, Wyoming to Montana. You have all those? Actually,
yeah, I have everything.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, because they contacted both of us after our American Truck Sims streams, I believe. The Dare Drop one. I don't know if they contacted you, but that's how they contacted me. And they were like, hey, are you missing anything? So I'm hooked up with everything now.
Okay, it looks like it's spawned here right next to me. I'm not sure if it's marked where I'm going.
No, I have to like follow you.
Okay, so it should be in town. It's 13 miles away, apparently, turning that little was enough to make it
Oh
flip.
gosh. Why are we...
14 miles a game is like nowhere.
Oh gosh. How do I turn my headlights on?
I would tell you, but I have a different keyboard layout, and I customized it.
I'm using default controller settings. Oh gosh, stop moving. I'm sure it's fine. Who needs headlights?
You'll just get a couple fines. It's okay.
It's so dark. Is it like... No. Got it.
Okay.
It was the
So when you
left...
get out of the area, you'll take your first right. Yeah, left there and then a right.
Yeah, it was left on my D-pad.
Oh, it's like close enough. I believe you'll actually see the destination once you get on this road.
I can like
Or not.
see a little thing with your name on it, so... It's yellow, I can go.
Yellow makes your car go faster.
Yeah. Whoop! Oh, right. We're in, like, basically cars right now. I was like, wow, I didn't have to, like... I stopped so short.
Oh, I was about to say, it's like, yeah, trucks are kind of like cars, just bigger and heavier. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, when you have, like, the full load, the thing, you, like,
Yeah.
hold the brake and you're like, please stop, I'm begging you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh gosh, it's yellow. Run! I have no idea what the
In
speed limit
every
is.
red. And we could
Oh,
decide
I
if
turned my
we're-
car off. Whoops.
And we could decide if we're driving street legal or saying to heck with it, and excellent.
Was that like really loud for you?
No, it's actually very muffled. Mine was loud for me, but
I didn't even hear
yours is a bit muffled. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's pretty quiet, the other person's.
I can barely hear mine. I think my audio needs to be turned up, but I'll do it after we grab the job. Oh, this chat comment. Fast and Furious. Heckin' trucks.
Yeah,
Love it.
that was man, was it the last time we did like 1 or 2 deliveries where we drove like sane, rational people, and then like the next 2 were just like, nope, laws are guidelines. Drive fast. All right,
mean,
should be right here.
At the end of the day, it's a video game. You can play it how you want.
Right. Okay, so freight market. And we are doing the delivery to Butte, Montana.
Too chat, too furious.
Hey, Lanix, how's it going?
I'm not seeing. Is this Omaha to... No, not to Albuquerque. How do I
I
take
don't
your
have
job?
Omaha to Albuquerque.
Hold on. I'm usually the host. Oh, I see. I got it.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. And I gotta stop for gas, so...
Hi, we're probably in a no collision zone.
Probably. It seems like all the, drop-off and pickups are no collision.
I'm like most of the way good. Oh, I need a rest stop really bad, actually.
Oh, I have fatigue turned off.
Lame, turn it back on.
I mean, I can.
You
Wait, here
hear
a
that,
second, I
chat?
need to
He's
get
a
gas.
wimp who turns off fatigue.
I mean, for me, it just makes you stop and sleep. It's like, okay. I've turned it on and off. I used to play with, like, everything, like, realism and all that. and drive like super safely. And there are times when Chaz is like, we want anarchy. It's like, okay, I can get behind this.
Fair enough.
All right.
Holy joke.
So fill up my tank, and then I'll turn on fatigue. As I remember where that is, you're in options. Fatigue simulation. You'll turn back on traffic offenses.
You had them off?
Oh yeah, no, the last, I think it was between the last time me and you played. I had one where we played it that was like, people were like, oh yeah, most people we watch drive like fast and recklessly. Like, I'm down. Let's do this. And so I was going like 80 something almost everywhere until, you know, like I hit a tiny hill, and then I'm definitely not going 80 anymore. Yeah, you show that little sedan who's boss.
You saw that?
Oh, I am filming the whole thing right now. There are witnesses.
I just wasn't
That's
paying attention, to be honest. I was like, I want to go this way.
It's amusing. I turned on fatigue, and it's like immediately I'm already tired.
We probably turned it off when you were tired.
Yeah, I have no idea how any of it works when it comes to like turning it on and off.
Whee! Don't worry, I'm safe driver. Rolls chat, do not type X. You are not doubting.
All right. Don't just sit there, car. Go. All right. You know, it's been a while since I've done any multiplayer stuff.
Me too.
Like, honestly, me and you playing this might be the last multiplayer stuff I did.
I mean, okay, well, last night I did Paladins with some IRL, like, not IRL friends, but with Ranger and AK. Oh. You crashed into me! Anyway, with Ranger and one of his friends, but, like, it wasn't like a streamer collab thing, you know?
Yeah.
Dominic.
That was, like, you know, before I raided over to you, you know, you were, like, when you said, I was like, oh man, I hope it's okay that, like, I mentioned that, I just realized I forgot to start the YouTube thing. That's fine. No one cares about YouTube. YouTube knows what YouTube did.
Hey, but, green. You got a green.
I know. It takes my truck a little bit to get going. Something about towing a bunch of cars behind my truck.
Psh.
But, you know, where you're like, oh, I hope it's okay I mentioned it. I mentioned that, like, I enjoy doing the collabs with you because you're one of the few people who, when it comes to, like, collab time, it's like, hey, you want to do this next Friday? Okay, next Friday. What time? Okay, we got it marked down. Versus 99% of the other people I've tried to collab with, it's like, yeah, we'll put it on the calendar. It's like, okay, let's put it on the calendar. And it's like, yeah, maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I'll get back with you.
Oh, I cannot do that. I do not
like,
function like that.
I'm like, I need you to tell me when. I don't care when is. I need it actually, like, a time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've had a number of times where people's like, reach out. It's like, hey, man, do you want to do, like, games tonight? It's like, I'm already in my stream, actually, right now. So, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I get like when it's not in my streamer circle and it's in my friend circle, then be like, hey, wanna hang tonight? You know, that's different. But like when you're trying, you know, streamers, we plan everything out. Usually a day or two in advance.
I mean, I try. I'm really bad at it, but I try. Which I think is a problem we all have, is most content creators are actually bad at scheduling something. Stuff outside of like sponsorships or something like, oh, you want to do this on Tuesday? Tuesday it is. But outside of that, it's like, what day are you going to play this game? I don't know.
That's fair. For me, usually it just has to do with like my main playthrough and when that's gonna finish.
Oh yeah. So I haven't checked with you. Are you excited for like all the games updating tomorrow and everything?
What?
Oh, there's a ton of games getting updates tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Coral Island's getting a beta update where you can now romance like the mermaids and all that kind of stuff, as well as a bunch of other things.
I don't have Coral Island.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I can't remember if I think I ultimately bought that one.
Yeah, I think you said you did. I wasn't able to get a review key, and you know, I just couldn't put it in the budget. So.
Oh yeah, no, I hear you there. Then I Am Future has an update where they're adding a new roof and a bunch of stuff. Sunhaven, I don't know if it's dropping tomorrow, but it's dropping soon. They've got like a major update dropping soon.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for that, but I'm probably gonna end up having to skip it because I have so many review keys right now.
I have learned to basically, if a review key, if I'm not like this strategically makes sense to the channel, and it's not something I'm hyped for, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to do like at least 30 minutes to an hour with all my review keys.
I used to, but like the moment I got over like 50 viewers on average, that just became completely unmanageable. And half of the ones that get, it's like, this is a garbage NFT game, or you pull up the game, it's like, original Doom graphics.
Well, like, so
like,
for me, most of the
okay.
review keys I get, it's from people being like, hey, would you like to try out your game? I look at all those emails, and when they look somewhat interesting, I say yes, right? And so, like, then I'm kind of obligated after I say yes in my head.
I used to feel that way, but I ran into so many times where it's like, hey, would you like to check out this game? I'm like, yeah, I got open time in the next week or two. Yeah, I'll check out your game. And then they take like a month to get back to me, and I'm like, well, now I don't have time because like Steam Next Fest or whatever just happened, and now I'm inundated with keys. And so like I've got to the point I won't, like, unless it's a game I'm looking at, it's like, oh my god, that looks amazing, I will absolutely play your game. Most times like, yeah, I'll probably want to check it out.
That's
like
valid.
if I can. And sometimes it is those things that they wanted me to play it within a week or two, and it doesn't happen for 2 months.
Oh, no, I do. I tell them if they send me a follow-up email, I'm like, look, I'm really busy. I only stream on the weekends. If it's not sponsored, I'm not promising any kind of time frame.
Exactly. They can throw the key over the fence and hope for the best, and that's, unless they're paying, that's what they get, is just hope for the best.
Yeah, and it's like, I do my best to, you know, look at the game at some point, but sometimes it'll be a month or 3. But I just have a list, right? And then I also have a list of keys that I've been given. It's very different from keys that I've asked. Whoop! Why were you not moving? Hi, Rual.
Hi. I ran that the other day. I was like stuck behind a truck of the game going, all right, what's the deal here? And they switched lanes, and there was literally nothing in front of it for like as far as the eye could see. I'm like, what is this, City Skylines? What's your problem, man?
I have a special thing for keys I didn't ask for. And so those ones, it's like, if you just sent me one as a shot in the dark and didn't even communicate with me, like, if it looks like my cup of tea, I might give it a shot, but, you know, most likely I won't care. So half the time they're like, here's a combat-focused game, and I'm like, I don't really play combat-focused games. There's a couple outliers, yes, but that's not me.
The number of horror games I get
Horror?
is staggering. People see Project Zomboid, they're like, clearly this person likes zombies and horror. It's like, actually, not really. I not really big onto horror, honestly.
Hmm. No,
And like
Project Zomboid is just a simulation
right,
RPG, really, at the end of the day.
yeah, even when I was playing, it's like, okay, thematically, sure. Thematically, I'd call Project Zomboid horror. But like, as far as gameplay goes, no. Nothing truly like jump scares you. Sure, they play like the violin screech when a zombie surprises your character. But like, once you start learning the mechanics, that becomes a very rare occurrence.
Mm-hmm. Or like you're doing it on purpose and you already know it's there.
Or like you watch a zombie walk up to a window, you watch it play view the entire time, and then you step out of line of sight of the window for just a second and step back, and it plays a jump scare. So you're like, dude, we watched it. We knew it was there the whole time.
Oh, that's always the best, because you're just like, bro. Yeah.
Good times. Curious when 42 is gonna drop for Zomboid.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's gonna be like mid to late June or July, because they did say that, you know, they expected it to be this year and not the holidays. Was like the last update we got.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited for it though. Like, I'll definitely get back into the game when it does happen.
Yeah. I'm figuring I'll get back for a little while. Probably not go as hard as I did previously, because I figure I'll just burn out too quick. I'm mostly excited for like the advancements in the map and like being able to have, what is it, like 24 floor deep basements, which sounds terrifying as all belief.
That sounds like a proper great place for modders to make like full-on dungeons.
Yeah, my only concern is right now with Project Zomboid, where the zombies hear you, they hear you through floors really well.
Oh.
So my fear is if they have like a basement with any meaningful number of people, it'll be, you know, you honk your horn on the top of the basement and then watch all hell break loose.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe they'll make adjustments to it. We don't know what all they're doing in that respect.
Yeah, something that Pandorific said in my chat, zombies are technically horror, but people who are into zombie-themed stuff don't actually see as horror. Exactly, I view it as post-apocalyptic, not horror, and it's very different.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that used to play Project Zomboid all the time would mistakenly think that I'm like super into zombies. And it's like, nah, it's generic enemy number 5. It's like a skeleton or a goblin or whatever, you know. It's serviceable. It works. I got no negative about it.
Oh, I really like it.
An enemy choice.
I love it thematically because, so like, I just like it in the idea of it with, you know, like all the different ideas of how it could happen, or all of that, and how deep you can dive into it. And then, I've always just been like a post-apocalyptic junkie, I guess. Like, I absolutely love post-apocalyptic stuff. Or just apocalyptic stuff in general, and like the world and bringing back life and all of that has always just been so fascinating to me.
You do hear a Suwey.
Yes, hello, I'm Suwey. Oh, I should probably introduce myself, huh? Well, I hope this works.
Yeah.
Hey, the shoulder works.
Excellent introduction. No, I'm teasing.
Whoops, I hit someone. I'm Suwey. I play a large variety of games, mostly wholesome indies. Pretty much think very similar vibes to Rual, honestly. Where do we diverge? That's the real question. I don't do as much strategy as you. Oh shoot, I was supposed to go to the way station. Whoops.
Shame on you. I get it. Clearly you're smuggling.
Yeah, obviously. Also, Andy, hi. How are you?
But yeah. And I'm Rual Storge, for those who don't know me. Both me and Suwey are on the same stream team, Halcyon Frequency. But yeah, we do play a lot of similar games. There's definitely like story driven's not the word I'm looking for, but there's some games that like we have a lot of overlap in our games. We do like a lot of simulation, we do a lot of indie games.
Stop
You know,
changing
like
lanes. Sorry.
you know, we did a lot of Project Zomboid, you know, lots of slice of life sim, those kind of things. There is definitely, we both have some genres that we touch in a little bit more than others, like outside that big circle, but that's fine. That's just where we
Yeah.
all get different audiences, which is the benefit of collabing, is
What
people find each other through those.
what types of games do I dip into that you don't really?
There's been like some story-driven games that I've seen you play on your channel before. Like I haven't looked at, what was it, Paladins at all? Like
Mm-hmm.
and I don't really play that many turn-based games almost ever.
I have slowly been developing an enjoyment of turn-based. I definitely didn't used to be that way. Whoops.
What's interesting is kind of the reverse for me. I used to play the crap out of like the old Final Fantasy games and, you know, the tactics style games and like old school Fallout for 1 and 2 and tactics or turn-based, XCOM. I don't know. I just like, I still enjoy turn-based games from time to time, but these days, just with, you know, how up to our eyeballs we are in game options, I just find they're not what I tend to go towards.
For me, the reason why I didn't used to play a lot of turn-based is because my brain was already so fried from being in school all the time that, you know, I didn't want to put my brain through working when I was playing, if that makes sense.
No, I hear you.
So, since I graduated, I've been more into them, though honestly that's probably, or that might change because I'm a student again. I couldn't find anything in tech, so I am looking at becoming a math teacher, and that means that I am going for a master's degree in education.
Ooh, a little on the shoulder, it's fine.
I mean, I'm following you, so I'm right
Are you
behind
seeing me
you.
swerving everywhere?
Yeah.
I was just riding on the shoulder to get past the traffic, went to merge left, and someone started merging right. I'm like, that's unfortunate. It's time to swerve between traffic dangerously. It's cool.
No, meanwhile, I'm just sitting there going in one straight line, like, yeah, I went on the shoulder too, but...
Yeah.
What's your cruise control set at?
The speed limit's 75.
Oh! That's why I keep getting closer to you.
Set it and forget it.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna adjust mine, though. Whoops.
But that's how you drive in real life? The set and forget it, or the weaving through traffic dangerously? Because, I mean, both check out.
No, I don't. I hardly drive. And then when I do, I'm, like, terrified, so... Suwey does all
My
the
truck
driving.
does not like water well.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, it's just... Like, the game doesn't have hydroplaning in it that I'm aware of, but, like, you do turn less effectively when the road's wet. So trying to go some of these turns at 75, it's like, I am turning as hard as can be, and I'm getting real close to the edge of that shoulder.
Yeah, I've been perfectly fine, is the funny thing.
Yeah, no, the way I've set my truck up is, like, I have no problem pulling heavy loads and going really long distance without running out of fuel. But the downside of it is my truck is so obnoxiously heavy that it does not handle the best.
Yeah, I think I focused on handling because I'm a klutz. So I tend to focus on handling when it comes to vehicles in games.
Yeah. And I, in real life, I'm a very defensive driver, which is always just kind of... For me, it was kind of, if I do something stupid and I get hurt, you know, I've got no one but myself to blame. Oh, that is a lot of not very quickly moving cars. Okay.
That was a lot of damage.
I witnessed. I'm not sure if you're swerving to avoid me. I saw you switching lanes and just smashing into what looked like a hatchback, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to get to the shoulder and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, that's what's happening with me as I'm going around these turns, just going, I really hope I make the turn. Otherwise, we're just going right in the median. It might be okay. Or terrible. 50-50.
I never played Fallout. The only Fallout experience I really have is the
But yeah,
TV
no,
show.
it's always just the things like if I do something stupid and hurt myself, I've got no one else to blame but myself. And so I can, like, obviously I don't want that, but I could live with that. But then the idea of, you know, you're driving your car down the road and you're being stupid and you hurt or kill someone else, I'm like, nah, that is not a thing I could really work through. So I just
Yeah.
drive super defensively, so at least I know I've done everything on my end I can to keep as many people safe as possible. Plus, even like a 5-hour drive, you speed like 10, 15, 20 over, and you really don't get much time back.
No. I have no idea where we're heading.
Cookie's saying they
We'll
do
picked it.
aggressive defensive driving, but I think it's the OCD to blame for your speeding because you hate to be cut off by anything. Yeah, I only really worry about being cut off in like. So I'm in Central Florida, and there's the big road that goes from like all the way from Daytona Beach all the way to Tampa, I-4. And there's definitely right in the middle in the Orlando area that if you give like half a car's length in front of you, someone is trying to shove their car into that spot because, you know, they're half a car length farther up the line that way, which is dumb because usually it just impedes traffic more. That slows literally everyone down. But it kind of pressures you into riding each other's bumpers the entire time to dissuade it.
Do you remember where we're going in game?
So we were going from Nebraska through Wyoming. I can't remember if we were going to Wyoming or through Wyoming to another state. No, there's 3 states involved. I believe they're in the little panel on the bottom right. I don't remember which one it is. You can switch that UI to show the destination.
Yeah, I like how I have it now. I don't want to mess with it. It's the issue.
Okay, we are going to Butte, whatever state Butte is in.
Would that be North
Montana?
Dakota? Oh no, Montana. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to Montana. Butte, Montana.
It sounded very Midwest.
Yeah.
Traffic makes
You
people
avoid
insane.
driving literally
Yeah.
everywhere else in Florida? Yeah.
I like how people talk to our chat without muting.
Oh, I can't. Like, I don't even know if I could set up a mute button on Stream Deck for Discord. There probably is a way.
Are you using controller or mouse and keyboard?
Mouse and keyboard.
Oh, then you could use like, the little squiggly button. Maybe. Or control.
Oh, turn on push to talk, you mean?
Yeah. Or push a mute.
I probably should set that up. Normally I actually have Discord on push to mute, and push to talk. And then it was like with collab stuff, I would forget to like push to talk because I'm so used to just streaming on my own.
Headlight usage offends BS.
Yep, you're in the rain. Turn on your headlights.
What?
Yep.
It's news to me, man.
I mean, most weather stuff you're supposed to turn on your headlights, not fog. Don't like turning your headlights at fog gets to be a real mixed bag. Like you can turn on like the low stuff, but high beams and fog is how you see literally nothing but fog.
Oh, that's cool, Pandorific. That's a nice way
It's
of
not a
doing
thing
it.
in the game as far as I'm aware, though. We also really don't get much fog in Florida, so it's just not really an issue.
We only really get it at night sometimes.
About the only time we get it is like fall, where it's hot enough that when it rains, which it doesn't rain too often in fall, but when it does, and it gets hot enough that the water starts to kind of evaporate off the road, but it's cool enough that it kind of mists. And so like that, like it's not even like fog like you normally think about it, but it's basically like steam off the road just condensing. It's like right on that fence between turning into that and turning back into water.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, don't mind about the fact that my car keeps turning off. Just ignore it.
You're just building character, that's all.
Mm-hmm. You once were waiting across the road, a car stopped.
Yeah,
and
keep
waved you
saying headlights and
across.
fog and rain, but
And we
not
took
the
more than 5
brights, or I will be
seconds.
very upset. Yeah, no,
Start
that's the one
blasting
I
your
definitely
horn.
remember. You do not turn your brights on in fog unless you really don't want to be able to see anything other than fog for like any distance in front of you.
Shift and F8. That's smart. That's smart. Bonus with those you can set up with any kind of macro software hardware. Interesting.
I do like someone has lived in Florida. We don't get just like, so if you're in like the Pacific Northwest, you have 5-6 months of the year where it's just kind of dreary, like just it's not raining, it's just like a perpetual drizzle half the year.
Yep.
We don't get that here. It's like someone just flipped a big switch that said all of the rain at once, and then they flip it back off.
That sounds
And so you just get these
intense.
torrential downpours for like 2-3 hours, and then it's just nothing.
I'm in California, so like our issue is we are sunny most of the time, but then in the winter, like you get flooding pretty bad sometimes. And
Yeah.
like flooding's weird, you know. 'Cause our entire backyard, and you know, we live in a trailer right now, in the backyard of Ranger's grandma's house is something I talk about publicly. And as a result, we'll like have to wear boots to get into the house because otherwise our feet would be soaked.
Well, yeah, that's so Toom is from California as well, and that's one of the things that I learned from going over there.
Oh, there's stuff happening on the shoulder. Oh gosh. I don't know how I didn't just crash. Okay. Sorry.
The danger of riding on the shoulder is disabled vehicles on the shoulder. But yeah, it's for those who don't know, like it's a thing in California that they've got what's known as a hard pan. So you dig down in the dirt. It's like really only like 2-3 feet. It's really not far, and
Clay.
it goes from being dirt to like really dense, hard. Like I don't know if it's clay or what it is,
It's
but it's
clay
just
where
like
I am.
Gotcha. But yeah, so it's the thing is that ground there, water does not absorb through it at all well. So it really doesn't take much rain for you to start getting sitting water on the ground. Versus in Florida, we're a big flat peninsula, so we will get torrential downpours and still technically be in a drought at the same time. Because all that rain hits the ground and just goes right into the ocean. So it's a whole thing that we have to have, like, Florida's covered with, like, retention ponds and ditches and all that to try and get water to sit on the ground longer, because we have limestone beneath us, which is what leads to our aquifers, which is where we get most of our fresh water from. So we have to wait for that water to very, very slowly work its way through the limestone to replenish the aquifer.
That sounds intense, honestly. Plus you have like giant reptiles like crocodiles and alligators, and Florida man wrestles alligator type stuff going on.
The safety tip for Florida today: if you cannot see through the water, do not go in the water.
Oh my gosh, I watched a YouTube short the other day I think it was in Alaska, but you couldn't see the bottom, and it looked like it was a tiny puddle. A person like sticks like a shovel or a stick in it, and it just keeps going like 3, 4, 5 feet, and you know they stick it all the way in, and you know they don't find the bottom, and it's just like that's terrifying, because that looked like a little puddle you could just step across.
Connor, are you saying that what Sui's describing is a muskeg or the area muskeg? I remember people explained muskeg to me before by missing it. And welcome, Onyx.
I don't know, man. That was just like so shocking to me to see that.
Yeah, that can happen here as well. Usually here it's a sinkhole, but like you don't see those very often nowadays. It used to be the way they build houses is it just yeet a house on top of some dirt, give it a thumbs up, and move on with their lives.
Oh no.
And so, over time, between rain and all that other stuff, it would eat out the dirt underneath the house or road or whatever. And then eventually, you know, it becomes no longer structurally sound and a road disappears into a big hole in the ground.
Yeah, that's terrifying, man.
Oh yeah. But these days they go in and they don't just do that, they actually like build up the area underneath, usually with like Georgia clay and all that. So they like raise the land to have it above like the water level. And now because you've got this big thing of clay underneath it, you don't really get the sinkholes like you used to. Now the older areas, they still happen because we're not going to tear down all the houses to replace the earth underneath it, but it's nowhere near as common a problem as it used to be.
I gotta say, I'm loving the vibes. I'm listening to some synthwave right now, and we're just driving and chatting.
Yeah, I've got Epidemic Sound going on their lo-fi playlist. I don't know what the last track was. It sounded when I say Indian, I'm talking like India.
Yes.
I don't know the name of the instrument. This is my own ignorance coming out.
I'm using Lo-Fi Girl. I've pretty much given up on Pretzel because like their lo-fi playlist is no longer lo-fi. There's just like random hip hop and rap thrown in, and it's like I literally am paying you to curate a playlist. You know?
My issue I was running into with Pretzel was like I used it like I only recently, I'm talking like the last 2 months, switched off of Pretzel, and it was because even using their YouTube safe license playlist, it was getting flagged constantly. And if I contested it, it would go fine. Like I would win the contest, but it's like you still lose because like okay, you put up this thing, oh you're not allowed to monetize it. It takes like 2-3 weeks to sort. I'm like, well at that point the video's already gotten 95% of the views it's ever gonna get. So. Like, and don't get me wrong, I shouldn't care about it. I think my entire time of monetizing. Thank you. You turned back onto the road a little early there. I do see that I wasn't watching that the speed limit went up. So, you know. But yeah. So it's just one of those things of getting those false positives again and again, and then having to contest it, and then just like retroactively trying to fix it. And like, okay, but I didn't get my 1/3 of a penny of monetization. Not even joking. That's actually what some of those videos they pull is like a half a penny, a third a penny, which they don't round up for.
That's weird.
I have made a colossal $0 on YouTube, despite being technically monetized.
Oh, lovely. I can't get to monetization because I don't get enough views.
Yeah, I've reached the point that I can turn on monetization, but I'm gonna need like 100 times the viewership for it to be more than, hey look Ma, I got 11 cents this month. Which does fine. TikTok is weird. TikTok is like
Totally
you get
Euro.
nothing and then someone drops like a $50 on there and you're like, I don't understand. And the worst thing is they obfuscate it, so they're like, you got a galaxy. It's like, I don't know what that means.
I don't know, man. I like, I don't know. I didn't tell my mom about my streaming, even though I was doing it at her house, until I started making money. But, you know, like I don't really care too much about it anymore because at this point, I know it's your full-time job, but for me it's a hobby because I don't make enough money for it to be anything beyond a hobby.
Yeah, no, it's there's definitely been times where it's on that edge where it's like, do I get to keep full timing this anymore? Um,
Oh,
it is immensely stressful.
that sounds brutal, honestly.
Uh, don't sinkholes form if water pipes aren't sealed and water seeps out and it takes the soil with it? Yeah, that's another way they could form. There's lots of ways they can form. Anytime you have moving water below ground, you can get sinkholes. Because it just takes the dirt away, and if something is sitting on top of that dirt, it hides that the dirt has gone away until it no longer can do so without catastrophic failure.
It's like how in Minecraft sometimes the world generates where you have sand that's floating and then you touch it and it all falls. It's exactly the same. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, it's I've not played Minecraft in an age, but I've absolutely done that. Where like, let me just pick up a piece of sand. I want to make some glass. Why am I suddenly 10 feet lower than I was a second ago?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we have to get off.
Because I couldn't, because I don't have push to talk set up yet, I was going to be like, don't tell her, chat.
Did I?
But then
Did I
you would
miss
have
it?
heard. Oh yeah, you just blew right past her. To be fair, I almost blew past it too because I was just watching yours thinking, going, wait a second, that arrow goes right here.
It's fine. I haven't been paying attention to the directions at all either, is the funny thing. So, like, there's a chance that I've missed multiple times to pull off. And only now
Oh no,
I
you just
did it.
missed the one.
Okay.
You know, it's like really I'm just like looking out for immediate obstacles on the road and then just okay, follow the arrows.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see your name.
You see my name? How fast are you going to play catch up?
I saw it for like half a second.
Oh, well, I wish some of these like side. Oh, I mean that's just a parking spot. There are a lot of side roads in American Truck Simulator that they're like not real roads.
Mm-hmm.
They're just kind of there to build character. And I remember when I first started playing the game, I would try to go down some of those, and like 90% of them you just slam into an invisible wall and take damage.
Yeah, I've done that too. Oh yeah, I see. I barely missed it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I thought I was being helpful by letting you know that we're turning off.
Yeah. I'm trying to make out what these barriers on the side are. Cause like they're not a fire break or anything like that. They also have giant holes in there, so I can't imagine they're like a sound barrier so that the highway sound doesn't, you know, like here in Florida we have lots of places along our major highways that they have these barriers along the side of the road that the entire idea is they're just to dampen the sound so that you're not blasting the residential deer fence. Maybe I genuinely don't know.
I'm not over there yet.
Yeah, like I don't think we're in Montana yet. I think we're probably in Wyoming at this point. Maybe a deer fence.
I don't know. I'm at a red light. I can look at the... I don't know how to get to the map.
Oh yeah, like where we're at. I would guess Wyoming. I haven't been to Wyoming, but I'm led to believe this is what Wyoming looks like.
I think we're past Wyoming. We're in
Really?
South Dakota.
I'm just damaging my truck again and again by trying to be on a shoulder that's not actually there and just knocking out one post after the other post after the other post because the truck was just going too slow for my taste.
Narrow. Yeah, I've done that a bit too. I should really be stopping and like fueling up, but we'll do it later.
Yeah, and Cookie saying, yeah, those tall concrete walls to muffle traffic sounds. Yeah, we actually, the neighborhood I live in got those put on like one side of the neighborhood because we got a major highway going by pretty close to us. And a lot of people in the neighborhood were all up in arms. I personally am like, what? Do you want it to be loud? You can look at what looks like a gulag wall or whatever, but have less sound or have the sound. I mean, because it literally is just like a big concrete wall, so it's definitely not aesthetically pleasing.
Mm-hmm.
So you've seen some deer fences along interstates in Iraqi and real life. High fences usually try to keep deer from going across the highway. Not usually concrete, usually tall wood fences. Yeah, that's when you're saying deer fences, that does make sense to me. I've not seen deer fences like that before. I have seen where, like, in California, they do the giant fire breaks along the highways. And then here we have, like, the noise dampening concrete walls. A little bit of reckless driving for tonight? Yes.
Nah, we're great drivers.
I mean, you can be great and reckless. That is a shoulder that is disappearing as I'm using it.
Oh,
Not a fan.
it's better when they use trees and bushes sound breaks. Yeah, I feel like it would be. Driver in Tajikistan.
All right.
After 9 days on one tank of endless mountain road, you sure you don't need to top up? She'll be fine. What? I just hit like one of those triangle thingies and it like did a surprising amount of damage.
Like the little reflector triangle
Yeah.
things? I mean, usually those things are just plastic.
Yeah, I thought I'd roll right over it, but no.
I was hitting like the little mile marker post things that they put on the road. I actually don't know what their purpose is. Maybe they're just reflectors so you can see the edge of the road?
I don't know.
I don't know either. We don't have them here, so I have no reference.
We had him where I grew up. I'm definitely not getting vehicle malfunctions like crazy.
I mean, I have a big indicator that says stop check engine, but my car seems to be running, well, my truck seems to be running perfectly fine. I'm just collecting all the indicators. Gross
tooth. I nearly flattened a dead car while overtaking on the shoulder. Don't worry. You guys worry
That's something
too
I haven't
much.
seen before in the game. There was like a family up on one of the cliff sides, and they're like playing with their big canines.
Oh.
Like, me don't get me wrong, like it was like a woman and a man, like the woman just had her like arms outstretched. Just the canine looked like it probably just walks in circles. So I'm sure animation wise it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but
it's something.
you know, yeah, when you're passing at 55 miles per hour, it only has to last like 1 or 2 seconds of animation.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I think I just did. Oh no, don't! It's fine. They drove into me. And I still got.
Are you making your truck sad?
No. They drove into me and I still got the vehicle crash offense.
Oh yeah. Nope. Any accident you get in this game, you get penalized. If they slam into the side of your trailer and you had the right of way, it's just like, nope, you're in an accident. Here's your fine.
Yup. That's what just happened to me.
With the dare drop, there was one that I think you had to do like a delivery. I can't remember, it was like 500 or 800 miles, and take no damage, and have no fines. I did it, but it was definitely, you get to an intersection, you have like the AI just doing what the AI does and just like randomly weaving on different lights and going, I'm just gonna sit here and wait till you sort yourselves out. Once you're all said and done, I'm gonna go then, because this is anarchy.
Yeah. pretty much. Yarrow.
Okay, so then it's fairly realistic with the fines. I actually have no idea how the rules work when it comes to commercial drivers and accidents and all that.
Me either.
Because, like, I do know when it comes to, you know, a non-commercial driver, they have all these different rules about what is determined as being at fault or not. And some of it's not the greatest, but it's at least understood. I can't remember the exact thing. It's like if an accident is on a vehicle behind the mirror, for certain purposes, you're not considered at, like, whoever struck the vehicle behind the mirrors is at fault. And you can have two people at fault mutually, like if you back up into each other, like mutually. But
Oh gosh.
most of that's just around insurance.
That
and
is
all
a
that.
sudden turn.
Yep.
It was just break. How much damage are you at?
Soon as I find it. Where are you hiding damage? I don't know what the actual percent is, but the damage is about 2 or 3 pixels below where the headlights are on my truck's icon.
Okay, mine is probably like 10 above the headlights, 10 pixels or so.
It's probably okay.
Mm-hmm. You know, our trucks keep turning off, don't worry about it.
Alright.
The brakes still work when they turn off, though. I just learned that. Andy, psh. Nah, mine is better than that. I don't know what you're talking about. Psh. I will say the nice thing about using controller and the cruise control is I just have my thumb on one stick, and then I can use my other hand to like drink water or press the mute button or whatever.
Yeah, I can kind of do the same thing with the keyboard, just WASD once they set cruise control.
Mm-hmm.
Literally just yesterday, like last night, I was just doing one quick delivery. I had only switched in the game for like 10 minutes. And we had first time chatter. You really should be playing with controller. And it's like, really? Like, it's fine that you feel that way. But like, really, really pop in here. We've barely been playing 5 minutes in a game I've got like 1,000 hours in, and you're gonna backseat me. It was very much like, yeah, you could just leave. You're not needed here.
Yeah. I hate when people are like that. Also, my like exhaustion meter is now red, but I don't see any rest stops.
I have already rested.
I can just barely see your name.
Oh, well, we just passed a rest stop. Well, I mean, I just passed a rest stop not too far back. So you can see my name. I'd assume you're either about to hit the rest stop or already past it.
Probably passed it. Because I only realized.
Hey, we're entering the busting metropolis that is Idaho.
Did you mean bustling?
Yeah. We'll just pretend it made sense.
Oh, rest stop! I found your rest stop. Which is good, at least I can fix one of my issues. Actually, I can fix 2 because I can get gas too. I'm a little under half.
But bustling with potatoes.
Not bursting.
I'm probably also bursting with potatoes too.
You know, that's unique.
Fun random fact. So a big part of why Idaho has become known for potatoes is actually specifically thanks to McDonald's.
What?
So McDonald's, like way back in the day, were super inconsistent in their food and all that stuff, and they had a whole strategy where they're like, all right, we need to get our food tasting, you know, when I go to McDonald's in North Carolina or Florida or Michigan, I want to know I'm getting roughly the same thing. And so like it's a whole big effort they did, because in the past they were just using whatever potatoes were local. And so some places people compliment that their fries are really good, and other places they'd be like, oh, those fries are pretty garbage. So they had this whole thing where they were like, all right, let's figure out what potatoes we want all of our fries to be made with. And they eventually came to the decision of the Idaho potato. Which means, because like McDonald's is already this giant franchising company,
Oh, sorry.
suddenly there was this explosion in demand for Idaho potatoes to do that. And as McDonald's has grown, they still only use Idaho potatoes for, at least in the US, all their stores. I would imagine it's true abroad, but that. So basically, Idaho potatoes is the only thing they use, and you can think of just how many McDonald's there are, and just how many French fries they must sell in a day per unit, per like store.
Jeez.
So they create an entire economy for potatoes of a specific type.
That's great. Oh, would you pour it for me? I love you.
I suspect if McDonald's hadn't been there, you know, Idaho would still be, you know, agriculture, but maybe they'd be growing like a lot more wheat or soy or whatever else.
Yeah. I don't know, man. But I didn't know that that was the whole backstory on it.
Yeah, like it existed before that, but it's just McDonald's created this ridiculously large demand for Idaho potatoes.
No, they're driving to Tajikistan. Right lane is driving, the left is for oncoming traffic. Oop, oop. I was trying to push to mute to talk to chat, but I'm also trying to pick up speed. I made some mistakes, don't mind me. Oh, Idaho! No, Idaho! Sorry,
I understand.
I had to yell back.
Yep, I will not be repeating what was said, though. Because shouting in the background is one thing, but me like at the camera yelling what was said would be like, nope, not gonna do it. Fun joke, not gonna have those words clipped out of context. Absolutely not.
Hey, I don't swear, but that doesn't mean I don't say sus things on occasion.
Oh no, you were good. It was what Suwey said. I'm not repeating that.
He definitely
Like,
pushes
even-
the boundaries.
Yeah, like obviously, like between like me and Toom on our own time, like the jokes we make and all that, that's totally fine on the up and up. It's like, nope, on camera with microphone, where things can be clipped and recorded. Nope, that is a joke I am leaving alone. Just gonna put that right off to the side and let it sit.
Hey, I'm not worried about it. I probably should be, but I'm not.
Yeah. There's definitely all the things about like, okay, you're trying to do this for a living, or you're just kind of doing this as a hobby. The rules change.
Yeah, no, it's definitely gotten more relaxed now. It's like my hobby. You know?
Oh yeah. In a lot of ways that
You're
can be
French
liberating, because, you know, like there's games that'd be like, oh yeah, that'd be a fun game to play, but like for streaming purposes, makes literally zero sense. Like, you're gonna get no viewership from it, and half your own audience is gonna be like, yeah, not really my jam.
That's most things I play nowadays.
Yup. I can get away with that, like, a couple times a month, but more than that, it's like, that's gonna hurt me a lot.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'll just stream what I feel like, and if I end up picking up traction and being able to go full time, sweet. If I don't, okay, status quo stays the same. Like,
Yep. The risk is just not the same.
mm-hmm. Hey, Monkey Wagon, how's it going? It's great to see you. Cookie.
That's what I'm saying. We are that generation where we did all the dumb things before social media, and we are grateful for it, and will not be repeating it. I don't know. So, like, I feel like as I've gotten older, there's definitely stuff that, you know, jokes I used to make and yada yada yada, that I look back at now, and like, you know what? That wasn't really that good of a joke. You know, you get older, wiser, whatever you want to say, and you're like, you know, I understand why I made those jokes when I was younger, but also I kind of like, I don't want it to be the thing like where social media blows it up and suddenly you have like everyone screaming down your throat going, how dare you?
See,
But you do kind of wish that someone would have been like, hey, maybe don't make that joke.
I haven't had those issues because I never really made jokes like that. But I will say, my humor when I was younger was entirely hee male body part. But still, if Suwey just randomly says male body part, I start giggling. So, has it really changed? I don't know.
Alright, Cars. Clearly I'm elbowing over and I am bigger than all of you. Give me my space. There we go. But, yeah, no, it's not like I would sit there and, like, you know, do racist or sexist or whatever jokes. Like, even back then, I was like, you know, these aren't funny. They're, like, really just beating up on someone who's not present in the room kind of thing.
Yeah, I never really made those jokes.
But, then there was a bunch of jokes that, like, yeah, there could be crass and that's whatever. Like, that still doesn't bother me. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, that still doesn't bother me. Like, obviously, there's a place and time for it and that kind of thing. But then there's jokes that are like, that's perhaps a bit too dark to be giving that kind of a joke, unless you really know the people you're talking to.
No, that's fair. I tend to not do the dark jokes as much on stream for sure.
Oh yeah. It's like walking and someone's doing like a music set or whatever, and they just break out like the darkest imaginable joke. You're just like,
Huh.
Why would you do that?
You don't know, like, if that's someone's trigger in the audience, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's also just not an expected thing to happen in that particular context or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did that want me to go the scales all the way over there? That can't be right? Want me to exit? I mean, if it is, I'm blowing past the highway, because that scale's, like, a block away.
I've been seeing a lot of people play V Rising lately, Monkey. But also just,
yeah,
like,
no, they had,
bringing
yeah, I think they had their 1.0 release, and then they had the Castlevania thing to it.
Oh, is that why? I just know I keep seeing people talking about it and playing it again all of a sudden. Like, it just didn't exist for a bit, and now it's, like, huge.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh,
I
Hero.
do imagine this will probably be, like, the last big wave the game will get. Like, it'll have its ups and downs still.
My chat just said it just went into 1.0.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Is that it's 1.0, and then they had a crossover with Castlevania to go with it.
Apparently it's only cosmetic, though.
Oh, the Castlevania one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gotcha. I get the sentiment people have about, like, you know, being happy they didn't grow up around smartphones and all that. I don't honestly, like, because when you think about, like, Generation Z and that, and the stuff they deal with.
Yes, my generation,
like,
Gen Z.
Right. Like they have to navigate the whole social media thing and like, okay, what is that world now? And it's just kind of one of those things like that I can't answer for, because that's a unique experience they're going through, that social media was a thing that existed since the day they were born versus,
You're
as a
talking
millennial.
Gen Alpha. I'm Gen Z. Gen Alpha has always had social media intact. Gen Z was there as it really got going. And like was a
Gotcha.
young child as it started getting going. So like social media wasn't really a thing until I was like, I mean, MySpace existed when I was a kid, but social media really wasn't too much of a thing until I was like in my 10s/teens.
Gotcha. But right, so it's not meant as like a generational commentary so much as for like the comment about like, not having smartphones just being this persistent thing, and like how people are like thankful they grew up before. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like that's not as big a deal so far as like a negative. Like
They
there's so
were
many
useful.
benefits that. Oh yeah. And
but sorry.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's just
no,
one of those things
no,
that's
it's
like
Butte, but it looks like butt. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. No, I gotcha. But it's just one of those things that like half the things that you worry about with social media, there were equivalents to that we were dealing with even before social media. Now granted, we could talk about social media being a little bit more prolific than those other things and yada yada yada, but we had like message boards that got all sorts of messy and all that. You still had like press out there that you could say something stupid in front of the wrong person and get yourself in trouble. But when a teenager says something stupid nowadays, it's not like it blows up on the internet and their life is over. Because it's almost like the fact that there's so much of it, unless it is like particularly an outlier, usually they have their 2 seconds in the spotlight and then it vanishes again. At least that's my thought on it.
Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. No, but I definitely grew up like I didn't have a smartphone till I was like 17. But Facebook games came at a great time in my life, I'll say that.
Yeah, versus for me, I got my first cell phone at 19.
Ooh,
which made me a trendsetter.
My first cell was at 13 because I needed it, because I was doing after-school activities a lot.
Yeah, no. When I was at high school, for the most part, there were no cell phones. It's like right around the latter half of high school, when I was old enough to just sign up, and my parents kind of couldn't say no. Like I was 18, I was an adult, I could just choose to do it. I got myself a cell phone. I think it was like the old Nokia brick phone, the one that you could like put through a wall and the wall would lose.
Where's this way station?
It's like way, way, way off the left side of the road. Like you have to exit the highway and everything. I just blew past it and took the fine.
Okay, I'm taking that fine too. That is absurd.
Yeah. Hey, Infinity Suplex, how's it going?
Infinity!
Oh yeah, so I did that. Like I turned, like it's around the time I moved out. I got the also snazzy Motorola Razr flip phone. Ooh.
I never had a flip phone. I had so when I was 13, I got like a fake smartphone. So it like looked like a smartphone and it had a touch screen, but you couldn't actually install apps on it. And it had a MySpace app on it. And the Facebook app on it had broken by the time I got a new phone.
I was already out of school entirely and working jobs when the original iPhone dropped.
Oh wow, you're old.
Oh no, it's absolutely old man storage over here.
It's okay, it's baby Suwey here, so.
I distinctly remember paying 10 cents for each individual text. I remember those days. They were not good days.
My phone was kind of like that growing up though, because I got a track phone, like the prepaid phones, where you got minutes and stuff.
Yep.
That's what I had until I was like 17, and I was old enough to Or no, I was like 18. No, it would have been 17, sorry. I was working retail, and so it was kind of a situation of might as well just get a better phone and actually have a data plan.
Yep, no, that was for all the Yunyons around here. The way the cell phones used to work is like there's prepaid though. It still works honestly to this day to this degree. But like even if you went to like T-Mobile or Sprint or whoever, you would sign up and you'd be like, okay, you're signing up for like 200 minutes. I'm killing this poor car. Oh, I didn't hit it. I don't know how that happened. I was expecting that car was just gonna get pasted on my bumper. But you pay like
so weird. A phone card for phone.
I don't remember how much it was. It's been way too long. But you get like 200 minutes or whatever, and if you went over, you just don't go over. Seriously, don't go over. You will never financially recover if you go over.
Yeah, no.
And
oh, my minutes were like text based too, so it was like one text was a minute, I think.
Well, that was fancy. That didn't come on until later.
Well, I didn't get any kind of phone until I was 13.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Except what I say is like, yeah, it was something like $5 per minute if you went over your minutes or something. Like it was like really absolutely absurd. So, like if you know, you started dating someone and started calling him on your phone and got into a lengthy conversations and forgot your minutes and wanted like an hour or two over, you suddenly had this like $300-$400 phone bill for the month.
Oof.
Yeah, you actually kept track of your minutes. It was like that bad.
I refused to use mine, right? Because I was just like, I only got like 200 every 3 months. Or something like really small like that. So I was just like, do not text me unless you really need me. You know, because my parents' like landline was unlimited minutes, so.
Yeah, no, usually with like my friends is like, when are you gonna get on AIM? Like we gotta chat. When are you gonna get on AIM? And that was the phone call. It's like, yeah, I could get on AIM at like 5. I'll catch you there, man.
That's great. Yeah, AIM was not much of a thing anymore by the time I was like old enough for that stuff.
Yep.
Skype was though. Like Skype's not really a thing much anymore, except like sometimes in professional settings from what I've heard.
Yeah, I found for professional settings, Teams has basically just usurped Skype in almost every way.
Dude, my laptop has Teams on it and I can't remove it and it's stuck to the taskbar and everything.
Okay.
Limited minutes unless it was after 9 or on weekends it was unlimited? That's weird. Yeah, prepaid cards like $20. Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about.
That was a whole experience.
That's what I'm talking about, Monkey Wagon.
Was just like dealing with all those kinds of things. Yeah, I think with text, if I remember correctly, you would buy like 100 texts for the month or whatever.
This number you could text to see how many missed texts you had left for the
And
month?
if you went over, it was another one of those things that they charge you like $2-3 per text or whatever it was. Which became a whole thing where people were like, just to remind you, the estimated maximum size for text is this, and the cost of data according to AT&T is this per megabyte. So it costs them like 1/127,000th of a dollar or like a penny or whatever to facilitate sending your text, and they're charging you $2 or whatever.
Jeez. Basic Messenger
I'm taking a very
replaced
scenic
AIM.
route for delivering this.
Yeah, probably for me too. Teams replaced Skype? Okay. Skype messed up so bad.
Yeah, it was something like a 200,000% markup.
They did. The big issue with Skype though was that like people could find your IP address really easily. And I remember I used my real name on my Skype back in the day because I did not like know internet safety very much yet, because it wasn't like talked about that much yet. So no one's competing with us, so why make it any better?
Delivery quality satisfactory.
Someone comes along and makes something better. Discord did. If you went over your max test, it would automatically charge you for another 1,000. Jeez. Yeah.
Gotta go find a place to repair my
I had
truck.
the same thing, Monkey Wagon. Euro.
Yeah, no, we also had that
I
problem
used
was
Skype too.
for another thing to date myself.
Okay, Sparker
Was
Master Fire.
ICQ, which is another instant messenger kind of thing.
Why is there like a full like? There was a big crash over there. Rual?
Mm-hmm.
Did you do a crash right before the turnoff?
No.
Are you sure?
I will warn you that you've missed the turn.
Yeah. Really?
Mm-hmm. I watched you go right on by.
Yeah, I do that. I'm not very good at paying attention to the little DPS. Also, I've been like reading chat a ton because my chat suddenly got active. So it's fine. Ah, Lana's in chat. Hi, Lana. Because I'm trying to like mute whenever I'm talking to chat, but then like chat's going too fast. And so when I mute, like I can't press a ton of buttons.
Yeah, what I'll probably do is once we
No,
hit
Dominic, don't stop. You're fine.
Hey, Alana, how's it going?
Oh, is she in your chat too now?
Yeah. But once I get to like the repair place, I'm gonna take the second to turn on push to talk on Discord. So, because like I'm doing that awkward thing where like people say something in chat and I'll give them a thumbs up or whatever, as opposed to like an actual response. So, you know, I gotta sort that out.
Yeah, chat is making me a distracted driver. It is. Okay, so it looks like I need to take this exit.
People are asking me if I remember my ICQ numbers. Like, no.
Yeah, they're talking about ICQ in my chat too, and I have no idea what that even means.
ICQ is a similar thing to like instant messenger, like AIM, but it was a lot more popular in the gaming community before before AIM really picked up. It was rife with security things, and the reason why that came up is where you talked about like Skype, you can nab someone's IP really easy.
Voodoo.
Like ICQ, you message someone and you'd end up getting their IP. It's like really bad for that kind of thing. But it did have some benefits that in how it worked that Instant Messenger didn't have till later, which got it sticking around. But it had lots of issues as well.
I see your car.
Yep.
What are you up to?
I am going around the corner to repair my truck and gas up and all that stuff.
I already repaired.
Yeah, not because you made your off turn right past the repair place, didn't you?
Yeah. No, I've never held an EOLCD. Sorry.
No, you're all good. But one of the other things with ICQ is instead of being like, on an AIM or whatever, or Skype, whatever, you'd be like, Rual Storge or Suwey or whatever, you just had a number, like a phone number.
Oh, weird.
So you just had like, it's like 8 or 9 digits or something like that. I never bothered memorizing mine. I only put up with ICQ with a handful of people, otherwise I was like, nah, I'm just gonna use AIM. For general chit-chat, AIM was the better choice in my opinion.
Yeah, I wasn't around for that. Now, before Skype was kicked off too much, or I guess during the Skype days, the community, like the online community I was in, used Mumble.
Yeah, that, yeah, definitely, like, Mumble, Ventrilo, TeamSpeak, all of them. They kind of showed up sort of after, like, AOL Instant Messenger and MSN Instant Messenger and Yahoo Instant Messenger. And they kind of became the more popular things since you could actually hear each other. It was never a thing you usually did much in the way of private conversations on, but for like community and gaming and all that, they were definitely like the choice. I feel like even TeamSpeak really didn't replace them for the longest time. It's just kind of voice chat being moved into games and being built into Steam and Xbox and all those are what ultimately made those less relevant. Or for that matter, nowadays Discord kind of made those not needed.
Yeah, the reason we used Mumble though is because like Skype wasn't super secure and it was a big community and all that jazz.
Yeah.
I don't know what RW is, Panderific.
They're clearly talking about RimWorld and not Roger Wilco because nobody talks about Roger Wilco.
Somebody mentioned it in my chat a second ago.
They're being a hipster. No one talks about Roger Wilco.
Okay. Should I just do a hurry now so that I can get us to the next one? Are you ready?
I am still gassing up, resting up, and all that, so we're not in a big hurry. And then I gotta switch over to push to talk on Discord.
Where am I putting this? Over there. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. Alright.
Yeah, no, Roger Wilco is like kind of a precursor before TeamSpeak and Ventrilo and all those. But it really felt like his one that only had like 30 seconds in the sun. That like it showed up, it got like 2 seconds of popularity, and then I think TeamSpeak was next, and just was better. So just murdered its own category.
You used an app where you could see people typing in real time. That's so funny. The last release of Roger Wilco was 2003. That would explain why I don't know it.
Alright, so I should have push to talk now. We'll see if I actually remember to use it. But now I won't be talking over you and talking to chat.
Yeah, you're good. I am currently just failing at the where do you need it. Okay. Straighten out. No, stop. Stop doing such a strong turn. That counts as hitting. Dumb. Okay. Got it. Do you remember the very short time that like Google had its own instant messaging and like social media thing?
Google Plus, where they tried to really force you to use it.
My rating is tolerable.
Yeah, what's funny is they literally forced you to use it to even work with YouTube. and they still managed to not make it work.
I have 3 options nearby. Or at this place, maybe, I'm not sure.
At that place, I was gonna say, what I did is I looked up the freight for Butte, since that's the city we're in. And there is one from Butte to Kansas, which will take us through the place that's Nevada. So that's where I was heading. I just chose it a moment ago.
Okay, well, I'm worried that I might not be able to have it, but I think that's why I was doing it before. It's because your truck, like your stuff, is fully upgraded, mine isn't.
It didn't seem like a particularly difficult one. It's not at that location.
Okay.
If you pull up freight, I wish there was a way I could like hit a button and say, "Hey, this is
Well,
the one I'm choosing."
you grab it, and then as soon as you accept it, I can get to it, or I can see it in the convoy menu.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm heading to it right now. It'll only take me a minute to get there. Actually, I think you might even be where it's at. Because I see your icon over there.
You think Google Plus could have worked well, but they forced the issue so hard no one wanted to use it? Yeah.
I agree. Like when Google Plus first came out, it was really a dumpster fire. But they did start making good choices with it later. They kind of were going with the strategy of what is Facebook doing that people don't like.
What's Trillian
Let's do something
and Miranda?
other than that. And honestly, that's not a terrible strategy when you have an established competitor who is pissing off their own audience. You just need to not be them, and you can start snagging some people off. But then they tried to like ham fist it, and that just got everyone to be like, no, never.
Yeah, it looks like you're going back to where we dropped our stuff off.
Yep. Yeah, so I should be able to accept this here. But yeah, I figured we'd have it. Like we didn't have one that went to Nevada, or sorry, not Nevada,
That's
Nebraska
a lot, Voodoo.
itself. But we do have one that we passed through Nebraska.
Okay. I probably could use a quick little break, honestly, a stretch break.
Okay. Yeah, in about 20-30 minutes, Toom will be home. But we'll be in the middle of the delivery at that point. But yeah, no, we could take a stretch break and I'm basically just giving you a warning then, like 20-30 minutes, I'll end up taking like a quick like 5-minute break.
Alright, yeah, I just need to use the restroom real fast, so give me like 30 seconds, honestly.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright, so I'll go ahead and find this thing and accept it. and get us going.
You can accept it remotely, can't you?
The freight missions, I could be wrong, but I believe you have to go there. Quick jobs you can accept remotely.
No, the freight market, you click it. Oh, set as GPS location, so no, you can't. People keep saying like random names in my chat, like they're talking about old instant messaging, and I'm like, what?
It's just us geriatric millennials, you know, doing our thing.
Okay. Let me know when you've accepted.
I have accepted. Sorry, I may not have pushed push to talk.
See, I don't have push to talk on. I have push to mute on. I can't take that job.
Well, crap.
I don't have hazard class 2.
Well, you need to get on that. Let's see.
This is why I was saying I should be the one to find them, because you have everything maxed, don't you?
Not maxed. Trying to think of how I cancel a job.
Like if you go skills, I have almost nothing maxed. And I don't have any skill points, so...
I have everything but fuel economy maxed.
Oh, well that's not gonna affect like what ones you can do.
What I'm trying to figure out is how I tell them I'm no longer interested in the job.
I'm pretty sure you can't.
No, I know there is a way to cancel a job, I just don't remember what it is.
Oh my gosh, you managed to sync the streams up. That's great, Voodoo.
Yeah, I mean, like the only options I'm seeing is I could close the session, which obviously ends the multiplayer. But like the jobs, I'm not seeing how I can make it go away.
I don't know, man.
Oh, weird. I thought promoting you would make you in charge of the session, and it's like, okay, they're a moderator of the session. Like, that's... what? We could always have it where we close the session, you host, and I join you.
Yeah, if you'd like, we can try that.
Yeah, because I think I'm stuck with this thing until I run it. So that way, you know, you can host, and then if you choose the freights, I don't have to worry about, like, did I choose one you can't do or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Can we use the same password?
Sure.
I'm just looking at this. Alright. It does not have a very pretty name. I forgot to name it.
What is the name?
American Truck Simulator Server. Should I redo it?
Let me see if I could join off of your Steam thing.
They're now just talking about like really old direct messaging software, and I don't know anything in my chat.
I was able to join off of either Steam thing.
Mm. Okay.
Boo, it's still showing me on the same mission.
I believe you can't cancel it. Like, you can look it up, maybe. They might have changed it, but last I knew you couldn't. And I don't really have anything that takes us to Nebraska, but I have one that takes me to the middle of Wyoming. So I feel like that's not bad. Oh, I have one that goes to Kansas City. Where's yours go?
Mine is going to Kansas City, so that'll work.
Perfect. Oh wait, no, the starting place is in the wrong place. Never mind. I wasn't selected on the city. Big dumb apparently. Hold on. Okay, I'll see how close I can get to like that region.
Yeah, people are saying, to cancel a job, exit the game and change your config.config file. No. I'm sorry. What?
I can go to the middle of Wyoming. Well, I'm gonna do this one that brings me to the middle of Wyoming.
Yeah, it's no problem.
And we'll just slowly try to work towards each other, if that makes sense.
Yep. Because I can start moving it towards Kansas. And then worst case, we can just... Like, if we do get separate, we just take a job that has the same destination or whatever. Or just even, when we finish the job, quick travel to where the other one is going.
Mm-hmm. But I might as well just do a job and head in the general direction you are.
Yep. So I'm going to need you on your free time to make sure to play this so you can unlock everything.
Or you could just, you know, have me take jobs.
No, that doesn't sound right. A speed limit under the speed that my cruise control can engage in. What kind of crime is this?
I don't know. I'm heading over to the place where I can even accept my job. It's 59 miles out.
And there's a cop sitting here just to catch me speeding at the 15 miles per hour. This is absolutely a speed trap.
Don't mind me going like 60 and a 35 with no issues. Oh, William. My chat is still going about this IRC stuff. I have a sign on my car.
So IRC is a different thing than IRQ.
Oh, are they?
IRC is actually what runs behind the scenes on Twitch to make chat work.
Oh.
IRQ is an instant messenger thing.
Oh, I didn't realize that they had switched what they were talking about. I had no idea. I think I got some like nerdy programmer types in my chat or something.
Oh yeah. Going full on nerd.
Yeah. Well, I
How
mean, I
dare.
know one of them at least is.
Everyone knows programmers are a bunch of nerds.
Yeah. I mean, one is so nerdy that they literally programmed a computer program for me to compile some data. So...
For context of people in both chats, I have over 15 years software development experience.
Yeah. And also for context, I was initially a computer science major. And my degree, my bachelor's degree is management of information systems. So... Oh no. Ow. Oh my gosh, why did you run into me? You're a self-employed software dev? Yeah. Oh, that's so cool, Spark Arrestor. I'm still very lost with my chat's conversation.
Oh yeah. You know, it's when we millennials get geriatric. You just kind of sit back and just let them do their thing. They'll eventually work their way out of it.
Yeah, I've actually ended up going into the main city area of Butt, so I'm allowed to right turn on red, right?
Depends on the state, and I do not know about Idaho or wherever we Wyoming, Montana. We're Montana right now. I have no idea.
It let me. I didn't get a violation.
Neat.
Neat. Oh, now they're talking about piracy. Sail in the 7 seas. Yo ho ho. Yeah, well, BBC is my, means something else entirely. You know, like British Broadcasting, channel. Nothing else.
Yeah, no, I've been filling in. I had people asking what MySpace was, and I
Oh!
was having the whole thing about, like, you have your top 8 spaces, and if you started dating someone, you had to put them in your top 8 spaces, or people would get, like, upset with you thinking that, you know, maybe you were seeing people on the side and wanted to keep it on the down low, or that you weren't serious or whatever. But that meant you had to bump off one of your other friends off the top 8, which, you know, could be friendship ending. It's like, what do you mean I'm not in your top 8 spaces anymore? Aren't we still friends?
Oh boy. I've heard.
It was a whole thing.
I've heard about it. I was, I'm a bit too young for the MySpace days.
Yeah, if you did Facebook when you were like at the age, it's kind of like the whole, if you started dating someone and you did not change your status on Facebook to be like in a relationship, there's like people get super bent out of shape over that.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, when people would like go to break up, that they would flip it to it's complicated before they actually talk to the other person about breaking up.
Yeah.
So you'd kind of find out you're breaking up via Facebook.
Meanwhile, like, Ranger and I still haven't bothered even befriending each other on Facebook yet. Because we just don't use it.
Well, yeah, nowadays it's totally meaningless, and people understand that there's reasons you want to have your relationship be kind of anonymous to the larger world until, like, you know, you've been dating for a while, or you're comfortable with it, or you got that creeper ex you want to keep out of the picture, and yada yada yada. There's like valid reasons to keep it on the down low for the social media.
For me, it's
but
just
back then it's like
lazy, honestly.
Yeah, no, but it's like back then it was like a big deal. That's like, no, this is you being proud that you're dating or whatever. And if you're doing it, it's like, do you actually care? It was weird.
Yeah, it sounds
It
kind
was
of
not a good
intense.
time.
Hey, sounds like you actually managed to like land dates though. So good for you.
I landed what?
Dates. If you actually knew
Yeah,
about all the problems and stuff, that means that you dealt with them.
I mean, I didn't deal with most of the drama there. I did date a few people in high school and all that, but like I learned the decorum through friends going through all the drama.
Mm.
Because I had once or twice where I had that friend is like, do you think he actually likes me? He hasn't even changed his status. I'm like, oh my god. Please. The dude just, look, he posts like once a month. He just didn't look at it. It's fine. But, you know, teenagers still in that insecure about every other thing phase.
Ah, yeah. Alright, I'm finally on the road. It took me forever to pick up this delivery. I gotta say, the weather outside right now, locally, it's like that perfect, like a little bit warm toward the end of the day. Sun's still out, the breeze is just right.
I mean, outdoors here, I have no idea how it is right now. We're in that time of year where it's how would you feel about it being, 90 plus degrees and the humidity of soup
Ooh,
and just every day. And you just
gross.
go outside. You don't do anything. You're like as little clothing as you can get away with and not be breaking laws. And just like,
Aristella,
well, I've
you
been
did
outside
not
for
have a
30
MySpace.
seconds.
You're my
I'm already a
age.
sweaty, sticky mess, and I'm unhappy about this.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are like, do you want to go to a theme park? No. No, I do not. I do not want to wait 3 hours in line to ride one ride and be sticky and sweaty and gross the entire time.
Yeah, no. Around here it's just hot. And like, it feels like you're in a literal oven.
Yeah. Now the big
How
the
is
big
that
difference
a
between
red light violation? BS. Sorry.
oh good. To me, because I've been in both humid and dry areas. To me, the big thing that humidity does is imagine where like if it's cold and it's not humid, you just toss in a couple
Stella.
layers, you're good. If it's hot and it's not humid, weirdly you can toss on layers and you're good for a good while until those layers properly start to heat up, and then it's not so fun. Or it's mostly what's exposed that is the things that that get heated pretty bad. With
Mhm.
humidity, it's like those clothes stop mattering. It goes,
Mm.
what if we just cut right through that?
I don't know. Usually I just wear shorts. So, except I can't really when working because I don't have any shorts that I feel like are appropriate. I
Yeah,
still
no, I
need to
hear
get
ya.
some. But the issue is, like women's shorts are all booty shorts. It's so hard to find something that's not booty shorts and not ugly.
For me, when I was doing the college instructor thing, there was just not much that we had in the way of like shorts that looked professional, because as a college instructor, you're expected to dress almost like you're going to like the office. Not necessarily like suit and tie or anything, but like buttoned up shirt and slacks.
Mm-hmm. I am probably gonna make some skirts, honestly. Just some like mid-calf length skirts. Because then it's going to be appropriate, but it's going to be long enough where I don't have to wear, like, shorts underneath. Because, like, as a girl, when you have skirts that are too short, I don't know, maybe some girls don't, but, like, if it's above the knee, I have to put something under it or I feel so uncomfortable.
Oh no, I can understand that. Like, I am not a kilt wearing type of person, but that has always been like, you know, people wearing kilts and all. I'm like, man, I'd still have something. I don't need a gust of wind making this a uncomfortable situation that requires a conversation.
That's great, Andy. Yeah. No, it sucks though, because, like, I don't know, I feel like it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but... And I still haven't found, like, the perfect undergarments for, like, a shorter dress. Because, like, when you put shorts on, then it's bulky and your waistline gets big. And so that you feel like you're bigger than you are.
There's, where Tomb works, I'm not gonna say where she works, but there's where she works. There's some people who have to wear, like, uniforms and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's, like, within the company, there's a joke that there's certain style of uniforms give them what they refer to as a pooch, which is just, it has, like, this big puff, like, right at the lower stomach that you can be borderline anorexic and you'll still get this big, like, bulge right at, like, the bottom of the gut or whatever.
That's gotta be hard.
Just with the way Oh yeah, it's just, the joke is all their uniforms look like potato sacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, like, how they fit.
Yeah. I hate that. You know, especially as, like, I don't know. So, like, I view myself as a curvier person just in the fact that, like, my waist to hip ratio is pretty intense. It's pretty up there. And so, like, whenever something is, like, straight up and down, I'm like, God, it looks so awful. Because it always makes my stomach look so much bigger than it really is, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, girl things that you probably don't fully understand, but you've probably heard Tomb talking about. I don't know though. I don't know if Tomb wears dresses.
Not often. Only once in a long while.
Yeah, I'm learning around here dresses are the way to go because then you, as long as they're long enough that you don't have to wear shorts underneath, you get a nice breeze, and then you feel the breeze on your entire body, and it's the best. Because, like, the breeze will literally go from, like, under your skirt all the way to, like, your chin. So you just get a nice fresh breeze. And it's so nice in the heat. That sounds creepy. It's not. Sorry, was that uncomfortable, Rual?
No, I'm just dealing with moderation thing.
Oh, okay. Woo, on the side of the road. Whoop. You know, I'm pretty sure in this game I've had a car run into me and then I've gotten the thing for it. Like, literally rear end me.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely had, like, you'll literally be sitting there and a car will just zip across and slam into and just kind of stare at them being like, really, my friend? Like, what's the deal here?
Why are you making me pay 900 bucks?
Yeah, it's like, one thing if it's another player, it's like, okay, other player being other players, sure. The AI doing that, I'm like, really? They don't have a stop moving when your path is impeded?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just gonna off-road for a second here. The police definitely won't mind. Right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, I just off-roaded around some police.
Yeah, so American Truck Simulator definitely does not have half of the laws the real world has, so you could do all sorts of very illegal things such as off-roading in a semi over the shoulder past traffic.
Yeah.
Stuff that real life a cop catches, like, you know what you don't have anymore? A commercial license.
What's crazy about driving in real life, though, like normal cars, like, it takes a lot to get your license taken away. It takes so much.
Yeah, for those outside the US, the way it works here is there's a point system. And I don't remember what like the number of points is, but like if I speed way too much, I get a point on my license. And I don't remember, you drop so many points per year or whatever. And then the idea is when you hit whatever the point amount is, I'm going to say like 12 or 16. I have no idea what the actual amount is because I have no points, because you have to do some pretty crappy stuff to get more than a point or two.
Oh my gosh, me
But
too.
like
And
reckless
usually
driving, you
50.
might get a point or two, that kind of thing. But if you hit that threshold, rip your license.
So, I know someone, IRL, who has a suspended license and has been pulled over by the police for speeding while intoxicated driving with that suspended license, and didn't have like any repercussions beyond another court date.
Yeah. That I find is more of like different locations kind of problem. Like some places they do it more serious than others. I definitely know some places where if you speed to a certain amount, goodbye license. You get a DUI, goodbye license. Like it's just one and done. You're just out. But that's different places are strict or not.
Yeah, no, but this
Yeah,
guy, like, at one point, I think he had an ankle monitor. At one point, like, he had a breathalyzer thing for his car, you know. But he still has a license. It's suspended, but he still drives on it, and it seems like they don't care.
Nah, I don't know. I know there's some situations where you have people who they very genuinely must have a license.
This
Like
person
because
is
of
not
like
that way.
medical stuff and all that. And then the lack of public transportation.
Josh, they're not a friend. They're just like,
Even in that case, I'm like, no, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
they're just someone I know.
If you're driving so recklessly, you can't be
And I
trusted.
don't
You
know.
can't be trusted. You'll just have to Uber, and if that's not financially viable, I mean, you chose to drive recklessly?
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
no,
yeah, I don't
I've
know,
known a few
Josh.
people who've gotten their license just pulled one and done, where they like literally got arrested because they're doing like triple the speed limit or whatever, like really out there stuff.
Gosh, I can't
But I mean, you gotta
imagine
get
tripling
pretty
it.
extreme.
You know?
Oh yeah. But yeah, most of the time you're just like speeding 5, 10, then you just get hit with a point. They can add up because you only lose like a point. I don't know the rates or anything, but you lose like only 1 or 2 points per year. So it's one of those things, if you're getting like 2, 3 speeding tickets a year, it will catch up to you eventually. But it is one of those things that you'll have people who hit those thresholds. It's like, well, I mean, that means you got caught speeding again like 12, 16, whatever number of times. And they usually give you one that's a like you just take a course online for like 15, 20, 30 minutes and they just erase the 1 point.
Yeah,
it's
what did you expect?
right, it's like at that point you kind of like, okay, but that means you got caught speeding so many times. There is clearly there's no, you haven't learned, and you're not going to.
Oh my gosh, Andy. Yeah, and then they still give those people chances. Like, what? That's just reckless.
Oh yeah, I used to have a boss that literally speeding tickets in his mind were the go fast tax, that he would speed everywhere, not just a little. But he wouldn't get caught enough for the points to add up. But he'd probably get hit once every couple of months, get a speeding ticket, pay for it, do the course. And you can only do the course, it's like once or twice a year.
Sounds kind of fun, though.
To erase points. So he'd get a point or two, but it was enough that he could kind of sustain it.
Yeah. That's wild.
It was deeply upsetting.
Yeah.
The worst I've ever had for I shared the road with these people was me right as still on my learners, teenagers still on your learners,
Mm-hmm.
working on getting to the point that you'd be allowed to get your actual like full license. And I was working groceries. So I most of the time I was like stocking shelves, getting carts, that kind of crap. But I was certified's not the word. I was able to run the cash register, and when running the cash register, and so
Mm-hmm.
I'm dealing with this lady, and she's up there in years and doesn't see very well,
Oh
and so she's
no.
trying to fill out a check, and with or without her glasses, she couldn't see well enough to even fill out the check to like a level like that was like passable. And so she got frustrated, climbed in her car, and drove home or drove away or whatever.
Oh no.
And it was very much like, I'm on the road with this person. What?
My worst retail experience was a homeless guy coming into our store, and then proceeding to stumble around and then pass out. But he passed out like, so you know how some stores they have like a little area where all the shopping bags are for bagging up, the little bagging spot? He just passed out in that. And I was the only cashier, and I was just like, I just called my manager on the radio, like, hey, a guy just passed out. I don't know what to do.
My last day working in the grocery store, I will spare the details. I will simply say I was asked to clean up the restroom, and the walls were painted. It was not paint. And I was like, I'm sorry, you have a janitor on staff. I am not paid remotely enough to clean any of this.
I know one
I
of
am
the
out.
one of the assistant managers had to clean something like that when I was like brand new to working. And like they were supposed to be training me how to clean the bathroom that day. And they're like, we're gonna do it another shift because I'm just gonna take care of this. You don't even need to see it. Which was honestly very kind of them. If a crime only warrants a fine, then the
Yeah,
crime
no,
is listed for-
there's definitely been my share of horror stories from retail, food services, and all that. Did a bunch of that when I first started out working.
So I've never really driven like too far above the speed limit, but I've been in
Dealt with,
cars where people have.
I used to work out at
gotten to
the
100.
Kennedy Space Center on the tourism side of things.
At where?
Kennedy Space Center, where the
Okay.
shuttle goes up, or used to go up, I guess. But
I feel like I might have. No, that's not the one that's in like Texas, is it?
no. So Texas does have its Space Center in Houston.
Yeah.
And usually they run command for a lot of the missions that would go up. And then you have Kennedy Space Center, which is... People will say it's Cape Canaveral, Florida, which is technically true from the landmass perspective, but it actually is in kind of its own area, as well as like a little teeny tiny town called Titusville. But that's where they launch, and most of the time would land the shuttle. They do sometimes land the shuttle in other places, though. Like, I think they have a place they can land in California in a pinch. Otherwise, Houston would be a place they landed a lot of times, too.
Yeah, I went to the Houston NASA thingy museum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so similar idea to that, but instead, it would be a lot more focused around, like, the launch pads and all that, and then they would have this entire exhibit where they had the Saturn V rocket. So like the big rocket has an exhibit there.
That sounds cool.
Oh, it is. But like the way their employees work over there is most employees who aren't like management or whatever, they get the title general labor. And it's a bidding system where, like, based on seniority, you'd say, I want to work in that department for, like, the next 2 months, or I want to work that role for the next 2 months. And if anyone with higher seniority bids for it, you get stuck with what's left. So it kind of turns the employees against each other about trying to do that. But when you lost, you usually got stuck with food services because no one wants to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was working at the Saturn V Center doing food services, and so there's those places when you go to like a fast food place where they put the trays and they're like spring load and the trays sink in, so you always have trays you can grab.
Vaguely, yeah.
So one of those had broken, the springs had broke. So they took the whole thing out of there so that people would hopefully not put the trays there. Well,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, what happened is when people walk into a place and you see a counter that has a big hole in it, they think trash can. And so they were
Oh,
throwing all their trash in there. There's
gross.
no bin or anything for it to go in, so it's just going inside this cabinet. And to make matters worse, so later on in the day, another employee who was working that shift noticed it and was like, "Oh hell no, I am not cleaning that." So found the tray thing and put it back in, so that it was back to
Oh,
looking like a tray thing with all of that like food waste in the bottom of it. And left the shift for
gross.
the day, and it got a nice overnight ripening and everything to do.
Ugh.
And then I was the poor person who
The
came in
animal.
the next day, and my manager was like, okay,
Oh, that's cool,
we
Blue.
don't actually have a person who this is their responsibility, because this isn't a thing that's supposed to normally happen. Here's the deal. If you do this one thing for the day, that's all you have to do today. Because I need someone to
Oh.
do it, and you're about the only one who I could think of who would even being willing to try to help. Because
Mm-hmm.
it was, other than the employee being crappy, for everyone else involved, it was like an honest problem. Like the company didn't do anything to mess it up. It was this one employee being like, "Oh hell no, I'm not doing it."
Mm-hmm.
That kind of derailed everything. So I was like, "Okay, fine." That was not a good time
Doesn't sound
because
like it.
there wasn't an area to open on the side of the cabinet or anything. So I had to like reach in from above.
Oh.
So I got the purest of whiffs of it every time I went in to grab it. It was not a good day.
Gross.
It was definitely work for 10-15 minutes and then go outside for like 30 minutes to stop being green in the face
Yeah.
to the, pick up where I left off.
That's so gross.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the most awful things I've
Day
done
old food
at a
waste
job.
animal. Oh, weird. I don't know why Twitch does that. Yeah, no. I just remember I worked retail and I would just get really lonely working the floor. But they always wanted me on the floor because I was one of the best floor people. And so eventually I just asked the really nice manager, I was like, can I start working cashier more? And then I only got cashier shifts after that, so.
Nice.
I think I was one of the better employees, so they pretty much just like assigned me to what I asked. As like a, hey, thanks for being a good employee. Because the only issue they had with me is occasionally I would be late, especially whenever they gave me a morning shift. I was very rarely on time to morning shifts.
Yeah, now for me, when I worked like proper retail, oh stupid
That sounds
camper
annoying, animal. I'm
turned into
sorry.
me.
Huh?
But there was a camper. I was trying to pass it, and it turned into me as I was passing it.
Oh.
But now working like actual retail, I sold tools and such. So like, wrenches, that kind of stuff, lawn and garden, that kind of thing.
Mm.
And I had the lowest rate of returns out of anyone in my department, and generally had overall some of the best sales. So like,
Yeah.
good stats.
I didn't get the stats, but I heard from a coworker later. They were talking to me and they're like, yeah, so when I look at like, because they ended up being the stat guy later on, they messaged me and they're like, yeah, I keep seeing your name for like high scores and records. And I was like, oh, I didn't know. No one ever told me. You know? But apparently I got a lot of like records for the store, so that was pretty cool.
Nice. I don't know about hitting any records, but I know I did really well within my department. There was like one or two other people in my department who I would compete with a little bit for like sales, but they had higher return rates. And the retail store is that they literally at the beginning of the day, if you were at the beginning of shift, they would actually sit there and talk about yesterday's numbers and how everyone was doing, and if like returns are high. Like they were all about like kind of hitting people with the stats.
Mm.
And talking about like needing to get returns down and all that type of stuff and whatnot. Um, so like I was held up as the example there, but the store was one of those stores that had like their own credit card or whatever, and I
Mm.
was someone who was very not on board with like promoting this credit card endlessly because like the rates on it were absolutely obnoxious. They were like 27% or something.
Yep.
Um, and so we were supposed to ask every single transaction that did not use the store card. We were supposed to ask 3 separate times if they would like to use the card or sign up or whatever. There's like a whole
3?
thing. And it's like I'm absolutely not doing that. That will absolutely kill my sales, and I am on commission, so there is no way in hell. I will ask once. I will be like, "Hey, do you know you can get a discount on this if you use
Hey,
your name of store
QB.
card?" And the
Okay,
person be like,
Vanderpick,
"No,
let's
thank you." It's
go.
like, "Cool." But
Mm-hmm.
so when it came to like the credit card stuff, my numbers, they were still actually okay, but they were nowhere near as good as nearly any of the rest of it was. Um, and I had one or two managers try to give me flack about it, and my usual response is like, "Here's the deal. This is something I am very not okay with. You have to choose what's more important to you. Do you want to keep my sales and low returns, or do you want to push this credit card thing? You can't have both."
Hmm.
Because I'm pushing the credit card thing, I'm not okay with that. That'd be a no pass go for me.
Mm.
And luckily, only one manager would ever give me flack because I was weird. I had like 3 separate managers I answered to, and 2 of them were really cool and chill and reasonable, and then there was one who was ready to throw you under the bus at any opportune moment.
Yeah.
So
I definitely
things are
had
pretty cool.
one manager who was like, because the store just had multiple managers, and whoever was in charge of you was the manager that was on shift for your shift, right?
Exactly.
And I remember I had one manager that was just really hard to get along with. But then it was funny because I'd look at like the reviews of the store on Google, and every single bad review almost mentioned that manager's name.
Yeah, no,
So,
this is mostly before like Yelp and Google and those really were like they existed that you could review stuff, but they weren't really relevant yet.
mm-hmm.
I do wonder if they had existed and you could point to and be like, "Hey, just so you know, like I could look at our store and it has like all these 5 and 4 star reviews, and then I've got a bunch of ones here. Hey, look, this manager's name is showing up a lot, or a description that would match the manager showing up a lot. Mayhaps the problem's the manager."
Mm-hmm. And like it was just that one manager that was a problem. The others were super nice and super chill. Like the store owner was great. And then the like store manager was lovely too. It was just this like, and I guess she was technically a store manager too. It's funny though, because she's the one that interviewed and hired me. You know.
Yeah. I mean, about the only people I ever had a problem with in that store was that one manager I'd mentioned, who, like I said, was ready to throw you under the bus at any and all possibilities. So, like, generally speaking, most of the managers, when I interacted with them, when you're in front of the customer, if you say something, the manager will back you up.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were just, like, wrong after the fact, unless you're, like, way out of line or something, but if you're just wrong after the fact, like, the manager would kind of pull you aside and be like, "Hey, I just need to know, like, like, why are you saying this? Like, this is our actual policy. And, if you made a mistake, you made a mistake." They'd be like, "All right, let's not do that again," that kind of thing. Which
Mm-hmm.
is not a thing I had to deal with much of. But, like, they would, in the moment, they would side with you. Because, especially in front of a customer, if the manager's saying one thing, the associate's saying another thing, that ends up just creating a bunch of problems.
Yeah.
versus like the other manager at there be like, hey, well, this person's trying to return this, and according to store policy, I need to do X, Y, Z, and the other manager be like, oh, we could take care of this. I'm like, don't you say that. I'm literally like, I am obligated to follow this stupid policy or I get fired. Don't immediately undercut me in front of the customer because you can do something that I can't.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing actual people up and about in the game a little bit right now.
Oh yeah.
No, the weirdest thing I had, which was 100% my fault, me being socially inept, I tell the manager the whole story, and in front of the customer I go, so do we trust them? Like, pull, plain view. The customer heard me say that, and she kind of takes a step back and she goes, don't say that in front of the customer, come on. And I'm like, oh right, there's a customer right there.
Yeah, I haven't had anything like that. I did have one case that it was like me effectively making up a policy mode. Don't you? How is that truck going through the middle on the left arrow? Whatever. But so there was a problem we ran into with a lot of tool stores where what would end up happening is the tool stores will have really good warranties on the tools. Like, you bring the tool back, it's a hand tool, we will hand you a new one, you give us your old one, you're good. Guaranteed for forever. But what people would do is you'd have these real scummy people. They would find, some little old lady whose husband had just passed away and was like having the garage sale or whatever to try and, get some stuff out of the garage or whatever. And they're dealing with all that. And they would go in and they'd look at the tool set and be like, oh, hey, here, I can give you some money for that tool set. Like, these are pretty old tools and people aren't really looking them for anymore. I can give you like $50. Like, that's very generous. I'll give you $50. In reality, they're totally ripping the lady off on like an absolutely criminal level. Like, it'll be literally thousands of dollars of tools.
No.
And then what they would do is they would come to the store, even if the tool was in perfect working order, and they would exchange it for one and then keep like the price tag and everything on it, and then go to the flea market and sell it for like 20% off a brand new price. So literally give this lady like $50 or whatever, and then turn around and make like $1,500 or some nonsense.
Oh.
And it was super scummy.
So I have another story completely separate about socially unaware like that. I was going out drinking with some friends. Like, it was a birthday celebration, and me and another friend have a birthday like very close to one another. And so we're just like going around, we're downtown in a place, going to different bars and stuff. I'm a little tipsy at this point. We're trying to find the next place we want to go to. And we walk by this club. It had just opened. And it was like empty. And so me, in my very buzzed state, yells, because I'm buzzed. I don't know how loud I'm talking. Whoa, that place is effing dead, right in front of the bouncer.
Oh, jeez.
I have not heard the end of it since.
Yeah. Nah, for the later part of the story I was giving. So I had a customer coming in to do the exchange part. He had just bought all these tools on like the super discount, because you could pick out the people who do it because they're kind of like return offenders. They do it a lot. So what I did is the guy showed up at the counter and I started, I had to do the tool exchange because that's just the policy. I started pulling off all the tags, so they didn't have the price tag to show that, the tool was worth like $60 and they're going to sell it to you like for 45 or whatever. So he started pulling off all of the tags. He was like, what are you doing? You're not supposed to do that. It's like new company policy. We've had all these people who are like scamming little old ladies, so we're trying to nip it in the bud. So we're pulling all the tags off so they can't just go to the flea market. Basically calling him out in his BS to his face.
That's amazing.
And so my manager comes by and he's like, hey, what's going on over here? I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm just, we got that new policy where you got to pull the tags off when people come in and doing lots of exchanges, because, basically talking about like the flea, reiterating the flea market scam kind of thing that they were doing. And so like just talk to it. And so manager gets there right next to me and starts helping me pull off all the tags.
Oh my gosh.
Which is not a policy at all. And, you know, then when like the guy's gone and he is so past livid because now he'll probably still make bank on it, but where he would have probably made, you know, a profit of like, you know, $1,500, he's probably gonna make a profit of like 600 or something like that. Because he
Yeah.
just can't show that it's like, hey, this is normally 80. Here, I'll give it to you for 60. Now he has to be like, if he says it's 80, they probably won't believe him. But but yeah, he's like, so I do have to ask, what the hell was all that about? I was like, oh yeah, no, when I was talking about that scam, I was like, that's what that guy actually does. He's been caught several times at the flea market doing that. It's like,
Dang.
and he was like, okay, if he shows up again, go ahead and do it again. You don't gotta worry about me.
That's amazing. Oh, finishing the club story, by the way. Yeah, so I said that because it was dead. We passed by it on our way back to the car later that night, and it was completely packed.
Oh, you just like hit like in between the waves or whatever.
No, we walked by it right as it was just barely opening.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I said that very loudly, and then we walked by it again later, and it was packed. But yeah, that's the one story that Suwey never lets me hear the end of. And don't worry, my mom has stories like that of me from growing up too. It's just a me thing. I am extremely socially inept. And I will just say what I'm thinking. Possibly undiagnosed autism. We don't know.
Okay, so I have lost track of time, so I'm gonna take that 5-minute break I mentioned.
Oh
I'm gonna
yeah,
need
you're
to take.
good. I think dinner
So I'm just
finished
pulling
up.
off the road,
I'll
and I'll
see
go
if I
ahead
can
and do that.
pause.
I don't know if there is a pause. If there isn't, that's fine. I'm literally just gonna pull off the road, turn off the engine, and
It doesn't look
for
like
like,
it.
and I'll be back in like 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing like a pause, so.
Yeah, I don't think there is, but I'll be back.
Alright. I don't know if he deafened me or not. Can someone go into his stream and check? Can someone go in his stream and check if if he deafened me or made it so that they can't hear me? Cause yeah. There was a story like that is from when you're a teenager at school. You're going on a school trip on a coach. Yeah, on the coach, silly bus, right? So then it's in your way, so you shout, "That's very nice, now move." Thinking it's some other kid. Turns out it's the coach driver who promptly kicks you off the coach. Oh no! Do it, animal. You know, I'm still there outside after dropping you off at school to get it. I am coming through. He just said chat would still be able to hear me. I don't know, maybe I should mute then. I don't know. Yeah, I'll mute really quick. There we go. Yeah, to apologize to Coach Shaver and get back on. And yeah. Animal. No, I'd rather have the hype train for myself, let's be real here. If there's gonna be a hype train, I want it. Let's steal Rual viewers, do it. Nah, he needs them more than I do. It's his full-time job after all, not my full-time job. It is a hobby for me. Sound worse than I intended? Probably. I'm not very good at social stuff. It's just who I am. You guys saw nothing. Don't worry about it. You know, the funny thing about doing this is I have no recollection or memory of anything that, like, any of the places that we've driven. Like, it's just like IRL. Like, I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm driving in game, but I'm also like zoning out and just like enjoying the chatter, which is 100% what I do as a passenger. Why not both? True, we could do both. Oh, the hit and runs. Yeah, no, but like IRL, usually I'm the passenger because Suwey likes driving. But I just zone out and enjoy the chatter / whatever podcast we're listening to. You just updated drivers to one of your lightsabers. So we've just about finished this job here. I don't know if I should grab another one or not. The issue is we're all pulled to the side and I don't know how much time he has left in the job that he's doing. Hey, welcome back, Animal. Oh yeah, I am using controller. Wow, that's some driving. I don't know, I like using controller for this. I like having a controller. One of my mods that I know IRL actually customized this controller for me, and it was a birthday gift like 5-6 years ago. Oh gosh, was it really that long? No, it wouldn't have been 5 or 6. It would have been like 4 years ago. Typed in S in your URL bar, got the Stardew Wiki, then this stream is just a link. I love it. Alright, this is when we start having this used so I can actually see what's happening for navigation purposes. I hope Rual says something when he's back. My current plan is just to drop this off. We'll do the hard mode drop off, and then we'll I've done this place before. I think it's basically exactly the same as the one I just did. And then I'll go to the police for the next job, but I won't accept it until Rual's back so that we know exactly what's needed. You know, because he might be basically done as well. And then I don't want to really start much of a job. This is the wrong way. Do you need a controller for other games? Yeah. No, this is really nice. But I will say the speed is with your triggers. It's more about the steering and the camera are on your joysticks. By default anyway. We'll do hard mode drop-offs only in the daylight. That's fair, that's valid. I've managed to like do a loop around this. It's okay. We'll straighten out. Make this more workable. I live from Corpus Christi, Texas to Bellingham, Washington. Do you like to test your patience? Yes. Going backwards is when you reach quit ETS. That's fair. It's definitely difficult. With articulated trailer, that sounds hard. Okay. Pull forward. Slow down. I don't know if we're gonna get it this round. We're already pretty far off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull forward again. We're just doing the same thing again. Actually, we might have it. I think we just barely don't, though. Yeah, because my... Yeah. That's okay. Just go slowly. Get out of there and give the trailer a good push. I mean, maybe. I think it's fine though. Hold on, I start going the wrong way. I pretty much have it. I just need to keep trying. You know? I more or less have it. I've dealt with worse ones in this game. I think I got it. See? Excellent. There you go. So I did want to look at the bank because I was noticing we were taking out a loan. What is that? Whew. We have a lot to repay. Okay. Well, I need to AFK.
Okay, and I am back.
Of course. How close are you to done with your current job?
Not very.
How many hours are left in game?
It says just shy of 13 hours.
Okay, so a lot.
Yeah, because it was a long delivery.
I'm gonna AFK for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, no, for Suwey's chat and everything, we've just been chit-chatting a little bit about, like, returns in retail and that kind of stuff, and all the nonsense that we run into in those kind of things. Like, people buying stuff at one store and are trying to return it in another store, like buying something in a store and then swapping out the actual product with something that's way cheaper and trying to return the cheaper thing so they get to keep the expensive, the expensive purchase. and get it for the price of the cheaper one. Which I look at half of those kind of scams and all that, and I'm like, all right, like you're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars, sure, but it's usually not stuff like that. It's like a hammer or a screwdriver, and I can only think, okay, but look, like the most fancy hecking expensive screwdriver is not that expensive. And sure, you can get a cheap one for $1 and maybe you make your 15, 16, 20 bucks or whatever. But that feels just like a huge amount of hassle to maybe pull a fast one for like 15, 20 bucks. And you kind of just go, is there no better way for you to make 10, 15 bucks? Because you wouldn't have a guaranteed success rate. And in my experience, half those scams don't work.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. Oh yeah, we apparently have in-game email now. Oh, we did the whole time.
Yeah, we did. Usually the in-game meal is just like, there's an event going on. If you go into whatever they call it, like their online mode or whatever, if you go into the online mode and you deliver stuff to, like, in this state to this state, you get, like, an extra thing. And if you do it 12 times, you get a bauble for putting on your dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of fun. They usually do it anytime they release a DLC. It'll be something like do, like, 12 deliveries where you either start or stop inside whatever the new DLC location is. I think they also did it for Halloween. They had like a paint job you could get that's like all spooky or whatever.
I like that.
Yeah, and it's usually like 12 jobs, which is really not that bad. It'd be maybe like 3 hours of gameplay because you're usually doing like really fast deliveries where you start and stop in the same state so you can like double whammy it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and people are mentioning I didn't participate in myself, I missed it, but they had like a really elaborate winter one where you literally would go to do the delivery and there was like a portal or something you go into, so you go to the North Pole and like deliver in the snow and everything, and it had like a very satisfying like snow crunch sound you get when you drive over snow where it compresses. And so it's like you put all this effort in, like, but there's no snow in the game. You put all this time and effort into this.
That's so cool. I'm sad now.
Why don't you make this available all the time? Or like, start putting those kind of weather in the game.
I'm sad I missed that. I never even heard about it.
Yeah, no, I missed it as well so far as actually doing it. I think I caught, I can't remember if it was Ultrasaurus, FG, or both. I saw check it out briefly. It was like at that time, like it's already in the middle of something that I didn't want to interrupt it to like throw ATS in for a minute.
Mm-hmm. I'm sad I missed it.
Oh yeah, like for me these days, ATS just does okay. But it's like, this is a perfect week for doing this because I have all the things happening tomorrow, like all those games I mentioned, updating and all that. And I'm in that place where my brain wants to do all those things that I can't do yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't really start anything like a new RimWorld colony or something that's going to take some proper time where I know I'm going to, barely poke it and be like, oh, well, time to do this other thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the timing was really good for this because I've been struggling the last, like, 5-6 days going, what the hell am I going to play?
And then I was like, at the end of the meeting yesterday, I was like, Rual, play game with me.
Yeah, no, I had done like one little stream of ATS, and then yesterday when I had the video card crash that like took out my stream and everything, I was like, okay, let me see if I play like a very short ATS, like if we start rebounding on the viewership or it's like just the momentum's totally dead and like it's time to put a bow on it and just troubleshoot this for the night, which is what I ultimately did. Like, the crash is bad. It was a bad NVIDIA driver. They put it out in a couple hours, like when I say a couple hours, like a day and a half, whatever. They pulled it back and were like, yeah, never mind, that driver doesn't exist. Don't get it.
Yeah, I peeked at mine and I'm like way behind what you said because you said like 560 or something.
Yeah, for those basically yesterday I had like I was having a video card crash when I tried to play Farm Sim. Other games worked fine, but Farm Sim, it just straight out crashed. That's not the only game that's a problem. That's just the one I found for my own personal playing that was a problem. But NVIDIA released a driver that was in beta 560 point, who the hell cares? But it's like the 560 version. And it doesn't just crash, it crashes the entire encoder and everything. So for streaming, it didn't just crash the game, but it crashed the game, it crashed OBS, took out the stream. And it may, like, I don't know if the problem existed on Twitch's side or because the encoder itself crashed and so it was sending, like, bad data or something. That I can't answer. I don't know how that side works. But it wasn't going to when you have a creator crash. Normally you see, like, the not like this screen.
Mm-hmm.
That gives us a minute to reconnect. It was just bypassing that screen and just instantly ending the stream.
Nice.
And on top of that, people trying to get in were refreshing the pages several times before it would come back up. So, like, it took my viewers from that and it, like, knocked it down by, like, 70-80%.
Yeah.
So it was very much like, all right, yeah, this is completely killed the stream for tonight. But if you do find that you are on NVIDIA and you have the 560 version of the drivers, you should take the time to uninstall those drivers, go to NVIDIA's website, and download the latest.
I have like
because right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
You go.
Yeah, because it's just the version they have on the website is like 556 or 558 or something version of the drivers. So it was weird to me when I went to download the latest from their website after the crash, and it was like multiple versions behind what I had or whatever.
Yeah, I have like 535 or something.
That is surprisingly you don't run into problems with newer games.
I also have like I have a 2070, so
Gotcha.
it could just be different because it's a different card.
Yeah, that would make sense. And I have Gubi here saying, do a full uninstall the drivers. Yes, anytime you have to roll back a driver, you always want to go to the uninstaller and actually uninstall the drivers, not to do the reinstallation thing, but like actually yank it. If you still have problems, which I didn't, but if you still have problems, there is a thing that you can do, like the purge everything for the driver and all that.
Huh? I'm being told it's food time.
Oh, you need to grab food?
Yeah. So.
Okay. Well,
I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna put it on my BRB words on stream stuff. I'm just gonna deafen, so.
Okay,
I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Alright guys, I'll be back soon. Let me make sure my hard drive is booted up. Alright, it is. So I need to give this guy water. That was great. I sound very drunk right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't think I stutter this much, but yeah.
Everybody thinks they don't stutter that much.
I don't stutter that much. Okay, look. Yeah, I don't. Glitched out, but I did still see it, so lucky me. Someone clip that, please. What do I do? Fire. Oh! Nobody saw that. It's okay. Oh, dude. So Fog made this because we found a music disc that he wanted. And... oh, this looks so cool. What do these do? Oh! That's just a bone shark. Who's infected? Is that supposed to be there? Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to come over and see you then.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll see you in just a moment. I'm
Alrighty.
gonna mute now. Have a good time.
You too. Or
I guess I'll
what?
be seeing you shortly.
I said you too.
0, helping us dream of future initiatives. Congratulations are also in order for Daniel
Well, that was first try. Oh shoot, there's another. Gosh dang it. Oh, please someone clip that. I'm so tired. Maybe I should just go to bed. Maybe I should just go to bed. No. Yeah, I should go to bed. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all this and my brain's so tired. It's not happening. We do have a bunch of chocolate. Suwey bought a big thing of chocolate because we're not gonna actually do anything for Valentine's Day, so he bought that for Valentine's Day for me. For me, yeah. For me and you to share. This is so like... Ooh! I look away for 1 second. I like kind of haphazardly just dropping it in the cauldron. I was like, no, you did it close enough. Here you go. It's for the tree's sake. Hurry up and sprinkle the potion. Okay, here goes.
Throwing flashbang.
Come on, Axel. No. Yeah, why would you think I'm eating pizza? What the heck? Bro. Why would you think that? This is the... Ow! Bro! I was actually doing decently for one. I'm going the hard way? Am I?
Stop right there, Altera. You're out of bounds.
It fell off the wall onto my bed. I screamed, but I was muted. So I need to give this guy water. That was great. I sound very drunk right now. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't think I stutter this much. But, yeah.
Everybody thinks they don't stutter that.
I don't stutter that much! Okay, look.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't! Glitched out, but I did still see it, so... Lucky me. Someone clip that, please! What do I do? Fire. Oh! Nobody saw that. It's okay. Oh, dude. So Fog made this because we found a music disc that he wanted. And... oh, this looks so cool. What do these do? That scared me so bad. Man, that scared me so bad. Okay. That's just a bone shark. Who's infected? Is that supposed to be there? Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to come over and see you then.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll see you in just a moment. I'm
Alrighty.
gonna mute now. Have a good time.
You too. Or
I guess I'll
what?
be seeing you shortly.
I said you too.
0, helping us dream of future initiatives. Congratulations are also in order for Daniel
Well, that was first try. Oh shoot, there's another. Oh, please someone clip that. I'm so tired. Maybe I should just go to bed. Maybe I should just go to bed. No. Yeah, I should go to bed. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all this and my brain's so tired. It's not happening. We do have a bunch of chocolate. Suwey bought a big thing of chocolate because we're not gonna actually do anything for Valentine's Day, so he bought that for Valentine's Day for me. For me, yeah. For me and you to share. This is so like... Ooh! I look away for 1 second. I like kind of haphazardly just dropping it in the cauldron. I was like, no, you did it close enough. Here you go. It's for the tree's sake. Hurry up and sprinkle the potion. Okay, here goes.
Throwing flashbang.
Come on, Axel. No. Yeah, why would you think I'm eating pizza? What the heck? Bro. Why would you think that? This is dumb. Ow! Bro! I was actually doing decent lever 1. I'm going the hard way? Am I?
Stop right there, Altera. You're out of bounds.
It fell off the wall onto my bed. I screamed, but I was muted. So I need to give this guy water. That was great. I sound very drunk right now. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't think I stutter this much, but yeah. I don't stutter that much. Okay, look.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't. Glitched out, but I did still see it, so lucky me. Someone clip that, please. What do I do? Fire. Oh! Sorry. Tap Girl, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome on in, those of you who are coming from Tap Girl. I am Suwey. I play a large variety of games, mostly wholesome indies. I am currently playing American Truck Sim with Rual Storge. Sorry, I was grabbing dinner. Now I'm very out of breath. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, and hey, Dragon. Hope you're doing well. That's not the raid message. You're fine. It's great seeing you, Looney. How was your stream, Tap Girl? Ooh, you were doing a productivity stream. Love it. Love it. Those are so fun. What's for dinner? It is some orange chicken with rice. Very good. You got a lot of reading done for your current master's class? Hey, I'm going for a master's degree too. Yeah. I'm going for a master's of education in inspired teaching because, fun fact, you can't get a job in tech right now pretty much. So I'm becoming a teacher. Anyway, I'm gonna unmute and say hi to Raul. Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. How close are you now at this point?
I am, according to what this is saying, at the 5-hour mark.
Okay, this should be about right then. Maybe a bit too long.
Yeah, it should be like 10, 15 minutes maybe. It's always hard to guess.
I already accepted this one anyway, so I kind of have to do it now.
Oh yeah, no, you're all good.
It's 9 hour.
Okay. Yeah, and are you heading towards Nebraska or that area or Kansas?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, that'll work.
So, I'm gonna be done in Lincoln, where you currently are.
Gotcha. Yeah, because then one of us could, like, we could just both fast travel back to Nebraska or whatever. And then from there, like, do that. But where I'll probably finish a little bit before you, that's totally fine, because then I can just take my $1.3 million and deal with some trucks and all that.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, once you start hiring the people in the garages, seriously, by the time I finish a delivery, I've made like twice as much from all the things that isn't me actively doing stuff.
Yeah, I have, I think, one going right now.
I think I have like 5 or 6 garages. I'm probably wrong.
So, Tap Girl, mine is like monthly and one class every month. So, it's 4-week classes. Teaching buddies? Ooh. Ah, I'm going for math. No way, I'm also going for mathematics. You're in the new DLC last night? Ooh, yeah, the new UI layout's so nice. Do you stay in like one mode for camera view, or do you switch it around, Rual?
I mostly stay in one mode.
So when I'm like city driving, I go in like the third person mode. So that I can kind of navigate easier and see if my trailers are getting caught on something. And then for... huh?
Yeah, no, I keep going.
For city mode... for like freeway mode, or once things really start get going, I go into first person.
So when I very first started playing, I played in third person. Like, so the outside. Just because, like, some of the visibility when you're playing in these games, like, have to swing your mouse around constantly and all of that is just like, I don't really care. I got so much flack for it.
Oh, really?
But yeah, so I switched to first person. Like, after I adjusted, like, yeah, no, I'm happy with first person. First person's fine with this.
Oh, he's excited
think
for
it's
his
probably-
kitty chocolate?
Yeah.
It's like cat treats, but they're...
They look like chocolate.
They look like chocolate, and the texture feels like chocolate when you have it in your hands.
Look.
But it's 100% cat treats.
Gotcha.
And he goes crazy over them. It's the closest thing we give him to wet food. Because he's my cat, but we don't feed him because someone in the neighborhood does, and if we did, he would get so fat.
You just eating there?
You know, and we don't know who feeds them, so we can't be like, hey, you know, stop feeding my cat, you know.
And he's very healthy weight.
Yeah, he's a healthy weight, and we don't want to screw it up.
Make it worse.
It's an interesting way to do it. Yeah, mine's online too.
Yeah, no, I get all that. Like, I didn't have a cat, but I've definitely...
On pace.
I definitely know there's a number of cats in this area that they just do their rounds from house to house to house. And they are all chonkers.
Yeah, we don't know. We know that my cat, like, we've caught him with rodents before. So we know he hunts a little. But there's no way he catches all his food. So he's most definitely getting his food from one of the neighbors. Thing is it's not a neighborhood where you talk to your neighbors, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there are, at least over here, I don't think there's nearly as many neighborhoods where lots of people are going outside and just talking to each other just because.
Thank you.
Like, at least for me, like, it's not that I never talk to my neighbors if I just see them out. I might say hi once in a while, but generally, unless I got a reason, I tend to leave them alone and vice versa.
Yeah, ours is very leave us alone unless you have a reason. So-
Right, like, you know, someone like, where, like, their faucet to their hose is, like, broken on the outside of their house, you might, like, knock at their door and be like, hey, man, like, your hose is leaking.
Or like one time there was a dog out that I was pretty sure belonged to a certain house, so I went up and knocked on the house. They didn't answer, so I wasn't able to actually tell them that their dog was in the middle of the road, but, you know. There's a cat in your neighborhood with a collar
I think
that
a
says,
big
"Don't
part of
feed
that
me."
is
I
how
love
much
it.
more we have for, like, people
Same
soliciting
girl.
and all that kind of stuff that you just knocking on the door for random people if you don't know them, like, it's almost as much a problem for the person knocking as the person receiving, just a random person showing up at your door.
Here too. And there's definitely a couple sketchy houses in the neighborhood that even if they were having a problem, I'm not sure I'd want to knock unless I was with someone.
Yeah.
It's very much a place where you don't go walking around the neighborhood for no reason.
Ours isn't that bad. Like, people can walk around totally just fine. But it's kind of like, don't bother people unless you got a good, like, a legitimate reason to be doing so.
Yeah. Ours is that way too. It's so like we're in a farm city or farm town. Farm town is better, like a larger farm town. And so like it's the nicer area in the larger farm town, kinda, I guess. Or I guess one of the more middling niceness ones. So But still, it's a farm town and people are a little rougher out in the country, so.
It's interesting because usually the places I've been that have been more rural are the places not like full rural where you drive 2 miles to see one south, but like, you know, where there's some farming in the area, like not quite suburbia, a little bit more rural than that. Those usually tend to be in the areas where like I get uncomfortable because of how friendly people tend to be sometimes. Like it's like what's your angle? Versus from when I've been around like in proper cities and all that. At least over here, when you're walking around the city and someone you don't know walks up to you, and you go, "Hey, how's it going?" You're like, "All right, what's this person's story? What do they need out of me?"
Locally, this town is known for being bad. To give an idea.
Gotcha.
It's known for being the word I hear people use locally is they say it's a more ghetto town that I'm in, so. I don't like that word, but it's the word that's used. You know?
Right.
Sorry, I'm also eating.
They're all good.
So. Oh, my car turned off. I also need to start paying attention because I need a rest stop. Thanks, boy. Animal. No, it's funny though. You were right at the place I need to go when I was looking at where it is.
Gotcha. You know, it happens.
Do it. Tell me what you eat though. Do you bother signaling in this game, Rual?
Not really. I have them bound, so sometimes I'll do it just because, but I usually don't bother.
It's the bumpers on controller, so it's like really easy.
Yeah. There's just no point because the cars don't seem to meaningfully react to them.
No.
And then you don't get fined for it either, so it's like, okay, I can signal just because I want to, but if I don't, there's no difference.
I say that as I signal. Ooh, apple's a good one. That's healthy. Oh, is 7 p.m. the cutoff, Kiyobi? I'm just gonna off-road this. It'll be fine, right?
It'll probably not be terrible. Or maybe it will.
Oh no, there's no making that. Never mind.
Like, I mean, worst case, you don't arrive and you get content.
Oh, that's solid? That's dumb.
Oh, like you tried to cut across some, like, median or something and there was an invisible wall?
No. It was like a barbed wire fence held up by very rickety posts.
Very rickety titanium posts. Anchored into the ground with, 200 pounds of concrete.
And they just look like they're wood.
I mean, you gotta keep your aesthetics.
Mm-hmm. Sleep well, Dominic. How dare they run into me? I definitely wasn't in the wrong lane.
You said you were in the wrong lane or they were in the wrong lane?
Definitely wasn't me. You know?
Yeah, never happens.
Mm-mm.
That's okay. As far as I'm aware, this game doesn't have fines for driving in the wrong lane. I mean, you get a fine when you slam into another car at speed, but no fine for the actual action of driving in that lane.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it's only $900.
Yeah, no, it's definitely... I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing that as you play the game more and more and more, like, the fines become totally meaningless after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially when you start setting up your garage and the drivers and they're making a boatload of money. It's like, okay, so, like, literally, if I fail the delivery and just rack up fines the entire way, I won't lose more than I'm making. So...
Jeez. Mine is not that way yet.
It honestly does not take that much to get it there. Because as they start making money themselves, you just take that money, you buy a truck, get a driver, put in a garage, and now you've just increased the amount of money you're making.
Right, Tap Girl? It's the worst.
And then that just makes it so you can get the next one faster, which makes it so you can get the next one faster. And really quickly you're just like, but I'm making so much money now.
What's this loophole animal? I think you can turn some stuff off. Right, Spy? Oh yeah, this game has gears, doesn't it? Do you play with the gears or do you play automatic?
Oh, I play automatic.
Me too.
Like, I used to drive stick. Like, all of my cars up until my current car were all stick. And it's like, that's fine.
Goldie.
I found after my last car, I just really didn't care. Because we got lots of traffic here. And sitting there going, first, second, slow down. First, second, slow down. First, it's like, oh my god, I just don't want to. It's fine.
I don't even know how.
It's not that bad. Like, there's definitely, I'd say the hardest part is just learning how to do the clutch where you're not grinding gears or
That's so broken, animal.
riding it too hard or whatever. There's just like, it's kind of like the brake where you can, you slam your brake too hard and it's jerky and it's not good on the car or you. Or you can push it so light that it doesn't do anything.
High five
The clutch,
waves.
you can do the same kind of things, except for it's engaging your engine and not.
Mm.
Yeah, no, like it used to be a big thing like back in the day, you know, there was a lot of justification in getting stick. Because at the time you could like look ahead in the road and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna hit traffic," and if as long as you weren't driving like a jerk, you could switch your gears to get better gas mileage than an automatic would typically get you.
Mm-hmm.
But these days, because of how ridiculously efficient automatics are, that's no longer true. That very genuinely, most people who drive stick actually get worse gas mileage. Like, granted, that's not because of a problem with the stick. It's people drive stick like race cars.
True.
Yeah, and it's just like it only takes a couple times being a little bit on the speedy race car driver side to make up any benefit you'd get.
Yeah, I could see that. My boyfriend's car has a sport mode, but it also has an eco mode.
The eco mode that probably only gets turned on when it's like, oh, we're a little bit low on the tank.
No, we actually use it all the time because, we're low on money, so.
That's fair. Yeah, my usual experience with cars have like a go faster button. That button is a permanent state of the car.
Mm-hmm. When I drive it, I only do eco though because I'm uncomfortable with anything else.
Yeah, and I was always pretty good about gas mileage and all that because like money was always, I shouldn't say money was always tough. That's not actually fair. But economically, things have always not been the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was always kind of, you know, the cost of gas and all that was like always in the back of my mind. So like all the cars I bought, that was one of the main things was the gas mileage. Now granted, I had a Miata, which was like a
QV.
sporty little car, but it was still super duper gas mileage because the thing weighed like 2 pounds. But that's always been like a primary motivator. So I always generally drove that way, and I am generally a defensive driver as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like I had buddies who would get like 4 or 5 speeding tickets and they'd get all upset at how much these speeding tickets are costing them and all that. And it was always one of those things you just kind of shake your head. It's like, you do understand why you're getting that speeding ticket, right?
Because it's dangerous and could hurt others.
Well, yes. I was gonna say it's because they're speeding, but this is the why. This is the truth as to why it costs money.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I had a buddy who couldn't go to a concert he wanted to go to because like he had his money had planned for setting aside for getting the tickets. He got slapped with a $300-400 speeding ticket because it wasn't just speeding a little, it was a lot. And so he
'Cause I
couldn't go.
want
And
to
I'm like,
orange.
well, I'm gonna go and have fun. It's like, wait, you're gonna go with them? He's like, yeah, I'm not the one who was speeding. I'd feel guilty if it's something like, oh, you cracked a tooth and you had to go to the dentist or something. I was like, yeah, I'd feel terrible. Like solidarity, I would not go so that like we could hang and all that. That's not your fault. But no, you chose the speed, man.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, the speed limits definitely do feel a little lower than they should, but they're like that for a reason, and the professionals have decided it should be that number.
Oh yeah, and there are places, very genuinely there are places that they're following some predefined thing of what the speed limit should be, but it really doesn't align with those roads. So yeah, very genuinely the speed limit in that location is probably lower than it's supposed to be from a logical standpoint. At the same time, okay, but like even if you're on that road for like 10 miles, speeding is only going to give you like 30 seconds at the absolute most on the other side, so it's not worth
Yeah.
it's not worth getting a fine over.
Mm-hmm. Just don't
Like
get that
speeding doesn't start
caught,
adding up to
exactly.
any meaningful amount of time until you start getting to like,
Race
okay, I'm
by.
about to go on this 500-600 mile journey. And then even then you're like, okay, but you can speed the whole way and you get what, 10, 15 minutes? It's a lot of risk for not a whole lot of payout.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that sucks, Orange. I'm taking advantage of the flat, straight roads to eat food.
Gotcha. Yeah. I actually, there's a clip on my channel where,
Yeah, that's really low, 55.
there was just, like, this straightaway, and, like, you know what? Like, invasive thoughts, and I just got up from the chair and, like, left the computer, like, the truck is on cruise control and everything. I got it kind of, like, on a straight line. Like, I can go grab a drink and all that and get back. And it did. I was fully expecting to find a truck in the median or off in a ditch or something where, like, ricochet off some car that randomly pulled in the road or something. I was like, I wonder if I can get away with this.
That sounds about right, Orange. Spy. Shh, my fuel is fine. Same with my, like, repair level. They're fine. You can drive highway speeds while it sneaks through the area. That's terrifying. Love having to get back up to speed after your car malfunctions.
What? Why is your truck malfunctioning?
No reason.
Didn't, like, last service person just didn't do a good job?
Yeah.
How dare.
So, someone in my chat is, like, actually a truck driver for a living, right? And so he's just making comments on my driving and stuff.
Yeah. I've got 2 or 3 people in my chat who are also them. They might even be the same people, knowing how much we share communities.
Orange?
I think if they are, I can't remember if I knew if they were a truck driver or not.
I met them at TwitchCon.
Yeah, they may not be one. I'm not gonna call the names, but I do know that we got like 1 or 2 people. Well, I know they popped in my chat. I'm pretty sure they
fuel!
popped in
I need
your-
to go here.
I'm doing a terrible job of just doing lap after lap trying to park up my trailer and just being way too fast about it and not taking my time and then having to reattempt it because I'm just off by like 5-10 degrees.
Oh, I did that earlier a bunch. Oh, that's so rude. Why did you not make that a legit place I can go game? I'm not Jen. I mean, that's not bad. It's not as healthy as an apple, though. Have you had to fuel up yet, Raul?
Yeah, no, I've been fueling up and stopping for sleep and all that regularly.
Mm. My other question is, how many times have you repaired your truck?
So far today, just once.
Me too. Animal. I'm just not going to mention the fact that I'm literally going over to do my second repair that I... Did you know there's permanent damage now in the game?
Yeah, that's been a thing for a while, that you do damage to parts and you have to replace your parts.
Hmm.
It's not super awful, but it does add up.
I just repaired my, replaced my wheels.
And how far do you
Animal.
have to your destination?
Oh, 4 hours.
Okay.
So, you could grab like something short.
What I'll probably do is just drive over to Nebraska. Not worry about mission, just drive there.
Mm-hmm.
Because that way, if you finish and I'm not there yet, I can just fast travel.
Goldie, 100? Have you gotten any speeding ticket violations while we've been playing?
I got one. It was in that parking lot that's like 15 miles per hour because the cruise control in this game doesn't go that low, because in real life it doesn't. And then trying to actually keep it that low of a speed with a digital control where you're just like pushing the button on and off is real rough.
So yeah, I don't know, I don't think... Oh, you know what? I think you should have more power and speed up a lot faster than I do.
Probably. For me, the only big downside my truck has, like, it's got good gas mileage, it's got good
Goldie.
power, it's got a lot of things. The only downside is it weighs an absolute ridiculous amount, so it's not good at handling so far as like turns and abrupt stops.
I want better acceleration on mine. I feel like my acceleration is lacking.
I mean, truck gotta go
Freightliner,
fast.
okay. I picked my truck completely out of aesthetics, though, to be honest. So
I purely went by what has the most horsepower. Okay, how can I configure this to, like, how can I deal with some of its shortcomings? And just, you know, you couldn't do all the things. So handling was the one that kind of drew the short straw.
mm-hmm. I'm still like working on paying off a loan in game, so I'm stuck with this car for a while.
Okay. You start with a loan in the game, right? Oh no, I think it's one of those games where they like you do the quick jobs and all that, and then they're like, you can take a loan to, you know, get your first truck or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I in all these games, I'm like, no debt, no,
Jeez.
never. I will work it out.
Yeah, I paid off my first one and instantly went and got another one with a loan. But it's way better than the first one I bought. So we have that.
That's good news. Yeah, no, it's I got like I did quick jobs so I could get myself like the cheapest truck. And then with the cheapest truck, I had to be like very picky about my missions because the poor thing, if I took any type of heavy load, it would go. But like hills got tenuous. So I just did a bunch of smaller ones and traded up for like something with a bunch of horsepower. Then I, you know, got one like after I got enough money out from the one with the horsepower, I just bought what I wanted kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. How many drivers do you have?
Let me go ahead and just park on the highway. And let's see.
I don't even know where to see it. Driver manager?
That
Yeah.
is where I'm looking. Driver manager, I have 17 drivers right now.
I have one.
They make me a daily profit on average of about $1,700. Sorry, $17,000, not 100.
Mine's... Wait. Are you talking about average daily profit on it?
Yeah.
Mine says 24,000.
Yep.
Is mine higher than yours?
No, I have 17 or 170,000. I'm sorry. I'm reading numbers and then saying completely wrong things.
I was like, how is my number so much bigger than yours?
Yep.
62? That's... Wow. How many hours do you have in this game, Goldie? To be fair, I've only ever played this game multiplayer, really. So, I've played with Ranger, I've played with Rual. That's it.
Gotcha.
How many hours do you have in the game, Rual?
That is an excellent question that has an answer that I will check on a straightaway because that would be the responsible thing is to leave my car going 75 miles per hour down the highway, and looking in the back to see what I could find to munch on. It's cruise control,
Hey,
right? It drives itself.
That's a lot. Yeah. I'm working on getting my speed up enough for cruise control. I had a way station a second ago.
I know it's at least a couple hundred hours. I just don't know, like, you know, retire like 3 or 5 or 6. No idea. I don't think it's like a huge amount, like thousands of hours or anything like that, though.
I think mine's under 50. I'll check right now. $32. Tap girl. Also, Tap Girl, we could totally play together sometime if you want to. I guess technically I am Babu compared to you guys in lots of ways. It's okay, nobody can see my driving. That's fair, Pandorific.
Actually, I probably crossed 100 hours today. I thought
Oh,
I had more than
dang.
that in this.
Ooh, I'm down, Tap Girl. Also, I still need to do your channel point reward, your 50k. I'm gonna start pushing through those very, very soon. Just a heads up. You could, Goldie. Animal. Goldie, you could do a channel point redeem that says play with Tap Girl. You could. I'm not gonna say you have to or you should, but you totally could. Now, Tap Girl would have to accept it and say she's down. But that is something you could do with your 50k channel point reward. We'll do it. It won't be right away though, just a heads up. I'm working on getting through a bunch of different redeems right now. And review keys. This today is part of going through review keys actually, so because I needed to get through Nebraska. Yeah, I'm so happy with playing Synthwave while doing this. This is such a vibe. Highly recommend.
Yeah, I need to go through Epidemic Music a little bit more and see what other playlists I like on here. I made the comment earlier, it's like, part of me wants to take the time to curate a playlist. Then I'm like, I know these are songs like I jam with and all that, but man, making playlists takes forever.
Yeah.
And then they don't keep up as music changes, so it
Yep.
becomes this constant project.
How much is Epidemic Sound? Oh, that was muted. How much is Epidemic Sound?
That is an excellent question that probably has an answer.
Don't you pay for it?
Yes. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
That's fair.
I want to say it was like 10, 15 bucks a month or something like that.
Oh, so that's a lot more than Pretzel.
Yeah, Pretzel. I thought Pretzel was like, well, Pretzel had its tiers. And for like the one for like streaming, wasn't it something like 12 bucks a month?
No, it's 5.
Like it used to be cheaper. Oh
I
yeah,
might
that must
be
have been like
on-
the.
I might be like on a
Was that-
grandfather program or something.
Yeah, like I know they had like their absolute cheapest tier, which was like 5, 6, 7, 8 bucks for a long time. But then like for a lot of the use cases, for streaming, you kind of need the next one up, which is like 12. And then they had like their one that you could like download all the songs, and I think it was like 35 or some nonsense.
I just did the one that gets rid of the chatbot.
Yeah. So I was using the one because like, I would have occasionally when I go, because what ended up happening is once we could multi-stream to like YouTube and all that, YouTube doesn't let me do the thing where I separate the audio channels, so the music was getting carried over. So I needed the second tier, that way I could actually be like, hey, I have a license for this. Don't mute my stuff. Don't strike me. Like, I'm on the up and up. And that's like I said, where things kind of fell apart, where Pretzel just didn't make sense for me anymore, is because I was just getting slapped again and again and again.
Yeah, it's why I'm thinking about going away from them.
Yeah. Like I said, I went to Epidemic Music under a recommendation from honestly a lot of people who were the same ones. Like, we had a lot of people in our circles who were all using Pretzel.
Mm.
And kind of all of us started getting hit with that same problem at the same time.
They've also been having a lot of tech issues lately, and their playlists have like really gone downhill in quality.
Yeah, I think they've been cutting costs because people have been stepping away from them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they did probably have where they had to like renegotiate license recently, and I think they actually lost a bunch of their music.
That would explain a lot.
It's a tricky thing when you're in those things where you have to deal with licensing because it can be a snowball effect where you have problems licensing new things, and that makes people less likely to continue subscribing, which gives you worse legging to stand on to negotiate your next things, which means you get less music, feedback loop.
Mm-hmm. No, it's definitely become more work than it's worth, and I just can't find a playlist I actually like on it anymore.
Yeah, I was doing the chill and the lo-fi, and I liked those for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
But
they've like changed lately, and they're not nearly as good though.
yeah, can't speak for that, but even for that, like I enjoyed the playlist. But even with all the hours it had, when you've been listening to the same playlist, like same couple playlists for years,
You get bored.
yeah. That's I need to figure out more playlists on this one. They've got them. I do feel like the interface for Epidemic Music is not as good as like Pretzel and some of the other ones. But hopefully with them getting a ton of business now as people are looking for other things than Pretzel, they reinvest that.
For now, I think I'm just gonna like be listening to music off of YouTube. Cause like you can find a lot of non-copyrighted stuff off YouTube. AKA what I'm doing right now, Lo-Fi Girl. That is free to use in streams.
Yep. I actually didn't know that Lo-Fi Girl was. I know there's a bunch of them. I just didn't know that they specifically were.
They are. They have some like weird crediting stuff a little bit, but I believe as long as you just say that you're using it when you're streaming, it's fine.
Yeah, no, I've got that with my intro and my outro. It's the Fat Rat, and like the Fat Rat, all they want is they're like, hey, all you need to do is just like in the about section or whatever is appropriate, like the video description, the about section of Twitch or whatever, just basically be like, hey, this is the name of the song, who is the artist, and here is a link to the YouTube page of that.
Did things not end up working out with that commission you were doing?
They did. I kind of didn't think through a little bit of my design ideas, and then the other part of that, and part of what's led to this is the animator I've been trying to have do it. I like really specifically want them to work on it, but they have been backlogged for an eternity. So I haven't got like the other pieces of the retheme in order. But over the huge amount of time it's been for that going on, like, little bits change on the channel and all that. So I'll probably find something to do with it. But like even the music I do on the channel has kind of changed over time, so it'll probably be like something you do with the project.
I mean, I think when we all started, we were just listening to our Spotify playlists back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I came in late enough that, like, DMCA was a huge concern and all that, so I went straight to Pretzel.
Well, I already got the violation. Time to keep going. Yeah, I'm just about to drop my shipment off.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can fast travel anytime we want. I'm like 100 miles out, which is really not much. I imagine by the time you get there and choose a job, I'll probably be ready to meet you there, like I'll already be in the area. But it's good. I'm revealing all these roads I haven't driven through yet.
Hmm.
Since there's the achievement for like revealing a certain percentage of the map or some nonsense that I'll probably never get.
Mm-hmm. I just like how you can have your car, like your truck and your trailer, like completely next to each other. They're so bent. And the game's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Just a little damage.
Like, it doesn't even damage you sometimes, though.
Yep.
Alright, I'm just gonna do, let's, ooh, where do you need? It's 90. No, that's gonna take way too long if it's 90. Isn't it?
Oh, what's gonna take way too long with 90?
90 XP for the where do you need it?
Oh.
It actually
I
doesn't
see.
look that bad.
I mean, by all means.
Alright. I find it fun. It's a fun challenge, you know?
I do it from time to time. It really depends. Like, sometimes I'm in the mood be like, yeah, let's go ahead and do one of these. There's also a lot of times that I'll do, like, the middle one where it's just, like, pull it into the area off to the side. Because I do find, like, the XP... I mean, at this stage of the game, the money and the XP are both totally meaningless to me. So, and even then, it doesn't scale, so you can do, like, these deliveries that take you, like, over an hour of real-life time. And then you get to that last thing, it goes, here's your 50 XP. And you're like, look, man, I just made, like, 1,000-something XP. Your 50 XP means nothing to me. Gotta sweeten the pot a little bit.
Well, this one's 90, so...
I'm curious why it's that high.
No clue. I'm
What's
struggling.
really fun is you get one of the double trailer ones. Try and park one of those up.
I'm definitely struggling, though. How is it? Oh, sorry. How is it bugged animal? Oh. Oh yeah, that's something else. Oh, that's what makes this so hard. Let me see. But yeah, if you end up getting here, then I'll go ahead and just like give up on it, but I'm having fun.
Oh, I mean,
trying.
I just arrived in Omaha.
I'm not in Omaha.
Or whatever we want to do it. Oh yeah, no, that's what I figured is we wanted to focus on Nebraska.
Yeah, I think I'm in Nebraska.
Okay, let me see if I can't figure out where you are on the map. Because I can fast travel to you wherever. Oh yeah, no, you're in Nebraska. You are in Lincoln.
I just got it. Okay, well I didn't 100% get it, but basically did. I got it.
Okay, and I am in Lincoln. I'm just in a different spot in Lincoln that it traveled me to. So yeah, when you accept your mission or quest, or whatever you want to call it, it should show me the mark or whatever. Because you'll probably have to like go from where you're at to like the next area over or something.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to go to Texas?
Texas is fine.
Because my most lucrative one, I believe this is price per distance. Yeah. My most lucrative one per distance goes to Texas.
Yeah, that's fine. And then I know you have a hard cutoff, so it'll probably be our last delivery.
Yep. I appreciate you helping with time management.
Yep.
Because I'm bad at it, especially when it comes to my own timing.
Oh yeah, no, I remember the last time we played, it's like, it could go a little longer. I know it said a hard cutoff, but is it a hard cutoff?
Yeah. No, this time I'm
like, uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't want my week to be rough because of it.
Right, like if it goes like 5 minutes over or whatever because we just gotta wrap it up, whatever, but like...
Honestly, 30 minutes over is fine.
Yeah, either way, this will probably be the last delivery.
Mm-hmm. But then if it's only like, you know, if it were to take 10 minutes, which there's no way it does, then of course we could do another.
Yeah, I imagine from here to Texas is probably a long one.
Mm-hmm. What event? Apparently there's an event going on in the game?
Yes, there is. That's what we're talking about, like where you go to the online mode. That it's strictly for doing deliveries to and from Nebraska. In their like online thing that the online thing has a hard limit on your speed limit, all that, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fun. I've done that before on the stream. Usually that's a good one for like me if I'm gonna play this a little bit on my own time.
Mm-hmm.
I could just do a bunch of super short deliveries from like one part of Nebraska to the other, just back and forth real fast to win my cosmetic.
Mm-hmm. I'm not logged in, so
yeah, you just gotta go through all that. Yeah. It can be worth doing if you care about the skins. Some of them that like I've been looking at the skins going, oh, that's actually a good skin, I'd like to have that. And there's other ones you see the skin like, yeah, I'm literally never going to use that, so okay, whatever.
I just delivered to Lincoln City, but it's not through the event. That's what's going on over here. I was just like, why is nothing happening? Because there's a Motorhome blocking the entire road.
Okay.
Full cap. Suey, no, that is not a road!
So I'm just trying to figure out where you are driving to so I can... Okay, so you're going up farther in Lincoln, it looks like.
I'm turning left. Well, I'm actually U-turning.
So that's probably going down to Johnson Smith.
It's brown. Whoops. Oh, wait, no, that's where I went from. I'm going to Hampton. It's red. I think is what it says. It's tiny. I can barely see it. It might be an F, not an H. I'm like right there now.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at like the brands they had in the map. So I was like, what? That's fine. I've got marked where roughly you are, so I'll be within like the tiniest little bit of distance, so that's fine.
Well, as soon as I accept it.
Yep.
Which one? This is the good one. Oh, it's Flavor Fair. So I accepted it, so you should be able to get the thing.
Alright, so convoy. Active.
Yeah. Oh. Shush. It's fine. Did you get it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I don't have Oklahoma, because I have a really weird route that seems to be just trying to bypass Oklahoma.
Oh, really?
It is if it is. Like, if it ends up being one of these things that, like, you finish it way before I do or something like that, I'd be like, yeah, whatever.
For me, it says 5 hours.
I'll let you know when I actually get there to see what it is.
Oh, mine goes straight through Oklahoma. Oh,
Yeah.
no!
I might actually be missing the Oklahoma DLC, which surprises me, but that's fine.
Let the contact that gave you, Nebraska know.
Oh, what in the huh?
You got Nebraska through an email, right?
Yes. I probably just need to touch base with them. They asked me which ones I was missing, and I think it gave them the information. The worst thing is maybe they actually even sent me the keys and I forgot to grab like the extra one. I was only worried about Nebraska. I'll have to look into it after stream and all that. I mean, at this point, we grabbed the mission. We already have it. So it's fine. Usually in these ones, unless you're like deliberately slowing down or speeding up to try and keep up with each other, inevitably someone gets into an accident, the other one just flies on by.
Mm-hmm.
Not super worried about it.
Okay. Oh no, mine says 13 hours.
Yep, I'll let you know in just a minute. I was on the other side of Lincoln.
Oh. I had some massive lag. Why are you lagging too?
Not really. You are the host.
Okay.
What is this? There's like cars driving on the median and crashing into each other and
Yeah.
driving off the side of the road.
Yeah. Yeah. I dealt with that a bit ago too.
Glad I don't have a trailer so I can like weasel my way between these cars easy.
I am gonna have to go in your direction in 2 seconds here. Why'd you crash into me? Hi, Raul.
Don't mind me. I'm gonna go the wrong way in traffic. I don't have time to go around here. I'm immediately hit by a car. I'm still turning around and I'm being stricken by cars.
It looks like you cleared up the issue, though.
Oh, it's not there. It's farther up the road.
I know, but there's just so many cars going through. Oh, lag. Oh, lag.
I'm wondering if you're getting lag from all of those cars trying to pathfind and just going, I have no idea what to do, throwing their hands in the air and just going.
Yeah, the thing that was causing me an issue earlier is gone, and I'm not seeing this whole median issue that you had.
That's good.
Now it says 12 hours. I'm a little confused why it keeps going up. I'm sure it's fine. Right, Roll?
Probably.
What?
Oh, my route is definitely scuffed.
How long?
Just take a guess. How long do you think my route says in hours?
23.
Gotta go a little higher.
28.
No, it's 24.
Oh my god.
Hope this wasn't a rush delivery, because you know what it's not doing? Going fast. Also, I'm just gonna catch that bollard because I'm trying to make that corner a little too tight.
Oh man. It's twice as long for you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like if we hit the point where you gotta wrap up or whatever, it's like, it's fine.
Well, I guess there's no reason for me to speed. Do you want to play? I'll speed and go by. I mean, I'll go like normal and by the rules and stuff, and you'll try to go as fast as you can.
I may have been actually saying to my chat right in that moment, it's like, I'm gonna try and speed as much as possible and see how much time I can make up.
And I'm gonna go like as by the rules as I can. I'm gonna go exactly at limit all the time and not go above, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Alright. See if maybe you can catch up, because that'd be so funny. Yeah, he's having to wrap around the west arm of Oklahoma. The panhandle. Yep. That's what it's called, right? Panhandle?
Yep, no, it's a panhandle.
Yeah, I had no idea you didn't have that DLC. It sounds like you didn't either.
I thought I had it as well. And then it's like, why is it going this really weird out of the way? Is there like no highway through Oklahoma? And it's like, wait a second, Oklahoma doesn't have anything marked on it.
Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I bought most of American Truck Sim with my own money.
I definitely bought a decent number of the DLC myself over the years. I know the recent ones I haven't paid for.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's only the super recent ones that I didn't pay for because, like, I got a bunch of them in, like, 2021 or 2022 with the DLC. I mean, like, with the winter sale.
Gotcha. I wonder what my top speed is thing. I know I've taken this over 100 before.
I think they sent me, like, 5 of them, though.
The worst thing, you know what I bet you it is? I bet you I asked them for the Oklahoma DLC, because they also gave me a couple DLC to give away to my community, which I need to do. I was just waiting for the next time I played this. I'm willing to bet they gave me like 3-4 keys of Oklahoma, and that I'm supposed to take one of them. And I probably just didn't catch it, because, you know, it usually takes a couple days to a week for them to get back to you kind of thing, and by then you totally forgot, like, what all was going on with the details.
Yeah. I get that. Do I go to the rest area? I should. It's not that out of the way.
Alright, looks like I'm going a solid, not quite 1.5 times the speed limit.
Alright. And I'm going through little cities. Oh wait, that was the thing that I was trying to go to. Back it up and hope I don't hit anybody. I mean, I might as well grab gas while I'm here. I wish filling gas was that fast. Just a couple seconds and there you have it. 56 gallons. Where exactly is this rest area? Hello? Do I need to go in between the two trucks? I love when the game shows you the rest area icon and it's just not obvious where you're supposed to go.
Oh yeah, so you're just driving around in the dirt lot being like, where's the magic spot?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, why is this doing so much damage? Come on. It's okay. I'm a very good driver. I definitely didn't just make another truck's car alarm go off. Yeah, I do have a sleeper too, Tap Girl. Whatever. Just let me sleep.
Suwey tap the wheels on the truck go round and round. Suwey tap round and round. Suwey tap round and round. Suwey tap the wheels on the truck go round and round. Suwey tap round and round. Suwey tap round and round. Suwey tap all trough the states. Suwey tap, Suwey tap, Suwey tap, Suwey tap, Suwey tap, Suwey tap.
Thank you, Animal. It's so sweet of you. I'm gonna reset here. How's it going, Rual?
It's going pretty good. Holding pretty steadily at 96 until we hit like sharp turns, and I have to tap the brakes or I'll go off the side. Truck doesn't turn well at 96 for some reason.
I'm struggling to get to a rest spot. This whole time I've been trying to navigate into it.
Well, I've already managed to cut 3 hours off my journey from just go fast.
Well, I probably added that much by trying to do this navigation. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm stuck, man. I've done so much damage. Okay, well at least I found the actual spot. Wait, you can ditch your trailer? I totally forgot that's a thing you can do. Oh, that would have been so much easier. Dang it. That hurts. Don't you dare run into me.
Seems like my top speed might be right around 95, 96 miles per hour. I imagine on a really steep hill I could probably break 100, but not more than that.
How long is your drive?
Ooh, that was a solid hit.
How long is your drive?
As soon as I stop getting warnings on my screen about traffic violations, I'll let you know. 20 hours left.
I'm at 11 in 35 minutes. I'm doing some city driving. Why are you going? Oh, I'm over the limit. Whoops. Andy. Man, even in game, I love driving by the more country roads, the little country roads, you know? There's just something so peaceful and comfy and cozy about it.
I mean, the nice thing is usually there's not a lot of traffic and all that, so you can just kind of enjoy the scenery versus like when you're in cities and area. And plus, like, let's be honest, architecture in a lot of cities these days gets pretty bland.
Yeah. It's just rectangular. Rectangle. Oh, here's a rectangle with windows. Tell me I'm wrong.
I miss perfect with Jet.
It's a rectangle. Oh, hey, a rectangle with windows.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, especially nowadays that everyone's worried about the ability to resell the property. So you look at, like, all the fast food places, and they're like, ah, you look like concrete with windows. Cool, I guess. Nothing but neutral colors. Yay.
Oh my gosh, the gray and beige and ugh. I want my rooms with a bunch of pink in them, I'm sorry. How is going fast?
Going fast and pretty good. We're just under 19 hours. I lost a lot of time because gradual uphill made my top speed quite a bit lower.
Mm. Yeah, well, you'll have to go sorting through your emails after stream.
Yep, I will need to remind myself of that. I'll probably do it where what I'll do is like after stream, since I just keep forgetting, I'll probably do like a giveaway on Discord or something and be like, hey, here's these keys, like if you want them, you know, react and then like draw from the list of people.
Mm-hmm. That's a smart way to get rid of keys. I'm always trying to get rid of keys, man.
Yeah, I haven't been getting that many keys to give away lately because I don't ask for them as much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I know it used to be like any time they'd be like, here's a game, here's 4 keys, do you give to your community? And then you'd play the games like, this game's, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll do people a favor, and these keys can just die where they are.
I have a giant list because of Humble Monthly. You know, I've been subscribed to Humble Monthly for like, gosh, like 6 or 7 years.
I don't even want to think about how many keys I'd have there that I could give away or whatever. I always had the impression you weren't supposed to give those away, which I've heard is not true, like that it's totally fine.
Yeah, as long
But
as
I
you
just
get the
assumed it
Steam
wasn't.
key.
Yeah. No, I probably should go through and do that. I don't even want to think about the work of... I've been signed up for that forever as well.
Yeah, you'd probably have like 500 or 600 of them.
Yeah, because it's
Plus,
like 8 to 10 each month.
How would you know which ones that you have and haven't grabbed for yourself?
Oh, so I don't hit the thing to like take the key until I'm going to add it to Steam, and then I
Okay.
add to Steam. Which does mean more than likely if we go back far enough, they're probably like, hey, this just isn't available anymore. Which honestly wouldn't bother me that much.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the game is one that I was even remotely interested in, I usually grab the game. Otherwise, it's like, eh.
Yeah, I grab the ones that I have like any level of interest in, and then all the others, like, I'll look them up on the Steam store and see if any of my friends want them. And then if none of my close friends want them, I go ahead and just chuck it in my list. Will it ever see the light of day? I don't know, that one game that I gave you did.
Oh man, I forgot about that game.
The absolutely broken online only, but we don't have online anymore game.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't think that was. I think that was one problem. The thing I remember is it's like there was like assassins trying to kill a king. So one person's trying to get the assassin to kill the king, and the idea is your other player doesn't know who the assassins are. So as the assassin player, you get to move the common folk who do nothing. They're like neutral parties and the assassins. and then the other one moves the king, and you're trying to like reach a goal, and you got a couple of guards you can use to, you know, defend the king. But just like the assassin has more they can throw at you, and as well as things that's like, okay, on paper this sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, it does.
But like the game's implementation was a real disaster.
Didn't you have to spend like 20 minutes trying to make an account or something?
Oh yeah, because like, yeah, that was the thing. You had to sign up with their thing, but their thing didn't exist to sign up for, and it was just like this whole big thing.
By the way, it was probably just some really old Humble Key.
Oh, it probably was.
Because I bought a couple bundles back in the day, too. Just because, like, a couple things in it interested me, and then I didn't take the rest. Nowadays, when I see bundles of things that interest me, usually I already own half the bundle. Just because of, you know, being a streamer.
Oh yeah, no, that's I mean, honestly, even before streaming, like they'd be like, "We have the strategy bundle." It's like, well, I already own Stellaris, and I already own this, and I already own that. Okay, are you gonna prorate the bundle? No. Okay, well, it's not worth me getting it then.
Yeah. You know, the one thing you want will be on the spend $20 or more, and you're like, well, I might as well just buy it then.
Yep. Alright. On-ramps and off-ramps are dangerous. They get real cozy.
What timing are you on?
16 hours.
Okay.
I did a considerable amount of damage to my truck just taking out one reflector after the other because I was driving on the median and couldn't quite get past the truck.
How much damage do you have?
30%, I believe. And probably like 18-20% of that was those reflectors just slapping me for 3% each.
I'm just sitting at exactly speed limit, chilling out. We're playing very different games right now. Mine is synthwave night, and night driving. Yours is. Oops.
My driving is just. Truck's trying to be a race car. It's got a dream. Don't laugh at it. My car's making a little bit of crunchy noises when I turn a little sharp.
Oh, speed limit just went way down.
Speeding violation, 21 miles over the speed limit, $3,000. Come on.
You wouldn't do that. Right? Their speedometer's
I mean, in real life,
broken.
no. Yeah. No, they just didn't. I demand to know the last time they had the inspection of their speed gun. I am going to expect the certification and the processing of who all had hands on it to make sure it's all in the up and up.
There's
very
a time you
genuinely
tried to
people get out
avoid a
speeding tickets
semi
all
going
the time for that kind
99.
of stuff. Because, you know, there's so much paperwork the poor police officers have to do, and someone's gonna have messed up.
You got 100% damage going head on with a bus? Ooh. This is such vibes. Oh, the sky has little patterns in it. I think it's from the clouds, though. Yeah, I think it's the clouds I'm seeing. Oh, I have a border crossing thing. Oh, it's only the other way. Oh, a toll road? That's rude.
Ooh, having the headlights turn off when the car resets is real scary at like 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, isn't it?
You're just like, well, I was on track when the headlights went off. We'll just try and keep that on course. Here's hoping.
I mean, it goes back on like pretty quickly though. Because usually you just have to press the go button really fast.
Yeah, no, it just takes a second to come back up. There's just that 1 or 2 seconds where you're like, well, I don't see anything.
Time to go pay a toll.
Sad thing is you can't crash the gate going 98. You crash the gate and the gate wins in this game. The gate straight up says no.
Mm-hmm. Oh, $2 toll.
I wish.
Right?
Like, we have some of the exits here might be that cheap, but like all the actual like on the highway tolls, nah man. You're starting like $3.50. If you do the thing where you pay in advance, like they'll knock a quarter off of it.
Hmm. I don't think I've ever dealt with tolls.
Yeah, there's some states that tolls are very common, and then there's some states that just straight up don't do them. And then in the states that do it, it's usually only certain types of roads have tolls, or like certain high traffic areas. Like if there's a bridge they're trying to like get less people to use, they might put a toll in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
So people trying to save money will take a different route. Here it's we've got some of our like they're extra highway kind of things that they're toll roads. So the people who want to, you know, get places fast, they can do that. There's lower traffic, so they can get around quick. But you know, they slap you with tolls the whole way.
I don't know, man. I don't think I've ever dealt with a toll. Not while I was driving, bare minimum.
They're not that big a deal. Like people get really up in arms with them. But even as much as some of the tolls cost, when you sit down and look at the alternate routes and how much stop and go and the gas mileage from the stop and go and the wear and tear in your car and like the estimated maintenance, sure they still cost more than that, but it's usually not a huge amount.
Mm-hmm.
There's certainly some places that it's pretty awful that that's not true of, but like people very much underestimate how much like driving city style traffic where you're stop and go constantly at each and every light just is a money ticker on the damage on your car. Driving's heckin' expensive when you actually do the math.
Yeah, I'm not the one who does the driving.
Yeah, I think like sorry, can't see. I think the official amount is something like you get compensated some like 37 cents per mile driven, but the actual estimated like average cost is something like 65, 67 cents per mile on like a fairly economic car. And then if you're, dealing with like a Ford F-150 or some big Chevy truck or whatever that's getting like 10 miles a gallon, it ends up being like $1.30 or something like that.
F-150s are not strong. I think you mean like F-250 or F-350.
I'm thinking more gas mileage than strength.
Okay. Sorry, that's one thing I do know about cars.
Yeah, and I'm purely talking gas mileage here with that. Like, so even you get something like a Dodge Challenger or something where you're getting, again, pretty crappy gas mileage.
It's a vibe.
Or, some Lincoln from the 80s is probably also getting like 14 miles a gallon or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I buy a car, I'm gonna get like the best gas mileage I can. I want to get like, okay, so I would totally get a Prius if Ranger didn't hate them. But he's like so against Priuses.
Okay.
I don't know why. He just is like, no, I hate how they look. I will not be seen in a Prius. You are not buying a Prius.
I mean, for me personally, so for me when it comes to cars, I'm either gonna get like an extremely gas efficient gas car,
I think they're cute.
or I'm gonna get an electric. And the only reason for that is most of the hybrids, I've found the maintenance costs are the problem because you're maintaining both a gas and an electric system in them. So you got double the parts. Not really. It's actually like 1 1/4 of the parts because electric cars, the number of parts they have is next to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But I would rather deal with one system than have effectively 2 points of failure.
That's fair.
That's it. I got no beef against hybrids. It's just my own personal thing. I mean, honestly, I would probably get an electric car for my next car. And before anyone goes, what car would you get? I don't know. I'm not in the market yet. And the one I was excited for, the CEO is not a great person these days.
Tesla.
We don't need to dig in that farther. So I definitely don't want to get in. Plus, honestly, the quality of Teslas these days is pretty garbage. So I might get something like a Nissan Leaf or whatever, but I don't know. I haven't kept up with what's good and bad in that anymore.
Yeah. The only issue not to get really electric car around here is there's not that much charging places. Though most Walmarts have them, and Walmarts are everywhere, so. I think I'm supposed to take this.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's not for me, the charging station availability is mostly only a problem if you're like road tripping kind of stuff. Like if you're driving long distances regularly, it's a problem. But for the vast majority of time, I'm like driving from my house to like where my wife works, or like from my house to just go out to eat or the grocery store or whatever. I'm staying well within the range. And don't get me wrong, where I'm at, we have availability pretty much all over until you get like way out in the boonies. And surprisingly, even out in the boonies here, there'll be like the one gas station for 50 miles, and there'll be a charging station there.
Oh, weird.
So it's like not that, because like really I would just charge it at home, and then probably be set for honestly. Probably even for like the week, as long as I'm not visiting my folks. If I visit my folks, I could do that in a charge and come back. But then, I wouldn't be able to do that 2 or 3 times without recharging.
Mm-hmm. Hey, dude, how's it going? It's so good to see you. How much time are you at in game?
12.
Oh, okay, I'm at 5. You're doing good though, because initially it was going to be 12 when I got there. I'm definitely getting sleepy though, which is good.
Yeah, no, it's just I was actually just saying to my chat, like, I need to pull in and make my character sleep, even though I'm only, like, halfway down my tank
Oh,
gas.
I mean IRL.
Oh, IRL, okay. I mean, at some point you gotta duck, because you gotta take care, you know, that is A-okay.
I'm good. Dude, same. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. My car only stalls occasionally. But yeah. No, the real reason for like the early cutoff on Sunday nights as well is because I always end up so hyped after stream it takes me forever to fall asleep.
Yeah.
It takes a while for the brain to turn off.
Don't mind the car alarm. I was just parking directly against that car. I did panic for a moment there because I pulled into the lot and then I looked down, I looked up and said, why does it say 24 hours? And it's now back down to 11.
Oh, good.
I was like, excuse me?
Oh no, Panderific! That's so awkward.
That said, if I do see a repair place along the way, I'm going to stop in so that my car doesn't stall out as much.
Yeah, that will probably speed you up.
Yeah, it's not been bad so far, but like when you're getting up to like 96 miles an hour or whatever, and it stalls and it drops you back down to like 50, it just takes a while to get back up to speed.
Yeah. And you have to keep holding down the button even longer.
Oh, I literally don't even use the gas pedal 90% of the time. I just cruise control everything.
Mm.
Turn it on, tell it I want to go 300 miles an hour, and just see it try.
Wait, you can set it? You can, like, increase it?
Yep, there's a button to increment it up by 5 and down by 5. I do not know what the defaults are. I'm willing to bet they're just not on the controller to begin with.
Yeah. I just sit there and get up to speed. And then I press it. You know what? I bet it's like... No. I was gonna say I bet it's arrow key on the keyboard, but it's not.
No, I don't remember what the buttons were by default. Just since I don't use a QWERTY keyboard and all that.
Oh, you don't use QWERTY?
Nope, I used Dvorak.
What do you do for WASD all the time then?
It's like... I like when people ask me that, it's like, what is the actual layer? So it's, that'd be AOU? Or, no, it's AOE is like the ASD. I'm trying to remember what the heck the key above is. Like, it's when you, like, sit there and, like, look at a position, like, wait, what was the key that there? Because I have, like, no pattern on my keyboard. It's a blank keyboard, so I don't confuse myself in that. I want to say it's colon, semicolon? Or, like... Now I'm going to have to check when I hit a straight away. I'm going to have to hit enter to go into chat and see what the actual buttons were.
Mm-hmm.
It's a special character.
Weird.
Yeah, it's basically they put the common vowels on the left, the common consonant on the right. I am getting that it is a bracket left is the button that's there. That sounds right.
So, does that ever mess up though? Like that you have to hit WAS and D wherever those are on your keyboard?
No, so a lot of games nowadays are good about that. Even if you look at the like the thing where it says it's a W key or the A key or the S key, that they program their games correctly, and I am saying correctly as opposed to in a certain style. And what it actually is saying is like the key on location 5. So like the key that is like to the right of tab it's not actually looking saying push the W key. It's saying the key 2 over from tab, that is to move forward. And then when you look at the key layout, it says, which, by the way, is W on this keyboard layout. But if I'm using something like Dvorak or Asserti or one of the many other layouts, it will show whatever key's there. So it just defaults to the correct key positions, even if the letters are different.
That's nice.
That said, I do run to games that don't program their games correctly and actually do look for the key itself, the letter. And so sometimes I can just switch my layout to QWERTY like instantly using W and space, or sorry, not W, Windows key and spacebar. It'll instantly swap between QWERTY and Dvorak.
Oh, so you can do any layout you want.
Yeah, so you can install a bunch of different layouts and just rotate between them if you want.
That's
A lot of
a lot on the brain power.
it's not that bad. A lot of people who don't speak English as like their main language, so you know they do a lot of their work in like Spanish or French or German. So they might use their respective local layout, and then you know they might swap over to QWERTY rather than reprogram the keyboard layout for when they go to play games for those games that don't handle it correctly. But ideally, hopefully, games just are smart enough to, you know, go by position and not by the letter.
Yeah. I never even really thought about it because I'm on QWERTY.
Yeah, it's something that's far worse about U.S. publishers than anywhere else. About only considering QWERTY, where I find a lot of European publishers, Chinese publishers, like people outside the US do a lot better about either supporting a bunch of the more common layouts or using the key position thing to just support literally any layout you can come up with.
What do you use, Andy?
Which to me makes sense because they're far more likely to know people not
Okay.
using QWERTY.
Well, I mean, I think you're the only person I know who uses a different layout, and Andy was just saying you're the only person who's sort of using Dvorak?
Yeah, Dvorak. It's just
Dvorak.
it's the last name of the guy who came up with the layout. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I'll have people like, oh, is Dvorak the best layout for like, you know, reducing strain? It's like, that is a very complicated question with a very complicated answer.
Oh boy. So why do you use it?
For being in software development, it is one of the better layouts for reducing wrist strain.
Okay.
So my concern was around stuff like carpal tunnel syndrome, because there's a fairly large amount of that happens in the software development industry, or similar RTS, repetitive, what the heck is, or did I have the acronym wrong? It doesn't matter. Basically, repetitive motion damaging nerves and muscles and all that. There's a lot of that happens in software development, and so that became a very real concern for me. That I dealt with what was called a median nerve compression, which is kind of a precursor of carpal tunnel syndrome.
Isn't that just when you get like the little injuries in your wrist?
Right. So it's the idea that you get like these little minor pinches and scuffs and all these that build up to the point you've damaged your median nerve, which is the thing that goes through your carpal tunnel. And then when you've damaged it, it can be incredibly debilitating. 1 second, I'm gonna U-turn because that place has a repair thing. And almost on cue, my truck stalled.
Repetitive strain injury, RSI.
Yeah. There's 2 acronyms that repetitive strain injury is the one more used worldwide. And in the US we have a different one we use as well that is like repetitive injury syndrome, or it's like repetitive trauma syndrome or something like that, but it's the same thing. But yeah, the repetitive strain injury, exactly. But yeah, so for me it was trying to avoid that.
I definitely like get that on occasion where my wrist will just like kind of act up, but it's happened a lot less lately.
Yeah, kind of the big one that's a warning side. If you get numbness in your pinky and ring finger on any regularity, you are doing nerve damage.
Okay, I've never gotten numbness. It's just pain. It's just pain in the wrist. That's as far as it's gone for me.
But yeah, so the reason it's a complicated answer on like what's the worst or like what's the best layout or whatever, is what you're doing on the computer matters. If you're doing software development, you're using lots of special keys and stuff like that. So you're using a lot of keys that, writing English words or French words or Spanish words, you're just not using like a lot of angle brackets, square brackets, curly braces, and that kind of nonsense. So Dvorak considers a lot of that stuff. But then there's a layout called like Workman, which I believe is one of the better ones for just English writers writing it in English. But it's one of those things that there's a lot of nuance to it. The reality is, QWERTY is it's like when I say by design, it's not like maliciously designed, but is by design not good.
How so?
And it has to go with the it was designed to prevent the jamming of typewriters, which is the reason you have the layout. So it's spread out a bunch of your common keys so that the little arms that would hit the ribbon in your typewriter wouldn't jam on each other. And that, unfortunately, the reality is that means you're stretching a lot more to reach your keys.
Yeah. I'm just so used to it that I'm like, I wouldn't want to change it.
Oh yeah, no, that's the second part I would say is for anyone who's like, oh, should I switch? That's another complicated question. The answer is most likely no.
Unless you're having active issues.
Yeah, no, if you're having an active issues, it's like, okay, what are your mitigation strategies? And like even switching your layout may not be one of the ones you take, but like it is an option. But you are going to have a little while where you are going to feel like baby's first typing lesson because you're relearning entirely. That said, it didn't take as long as I thought it would to get back to where I was and then pass the speed I was typing before. But it did take a number of months. But that first month is real rough, where you're just like trying to type. It is just real bad.
Yeah. Euro. I mean, Twitch is planning to do stream together. Be one chat. Right? Wasn't that how it was gonna work, Rual?
Yeah, so stream together eventually is going to make it so that like me and Suwey streaming together, it would combine our chats, so we would have one mutual chat, and it would combine. I think it's optional; you could be able to toggle it on and off. And it would also combine our viewership. So, like, if one of us had 50 views and the other had 25 views, we would both get 75 views. That said, that's not implemented yet.
Yeah, and I have a feeling, weren't they gonna make it so it's basically a multi-stream and you could see both on the same page?
Yes, I don't remember, like, they're gonna have, like, lots of things you can change with it, like, oh, I want both stuff to be on the screen at the same time. Oh, come on, I'm trying to sneak around this light, and they're just not cooperating with me.
No. You had an ad against vaping? Well, vaping's bad, so... It has a lot of health problems. Anyway, I should probably should have muted for that one. Sorry, Rual.
No, it's all good. Vaping's bad for you.
It's very bad for you.
Okay.
Can it do popcorn lung just like smoking? Like, it has popcorn lung, and then smoking is tar in your lung, right?
I know there's respiratory problems with vaping. I don't know what they are. There's lots and lots of studies that are saying, yeah, actually vaping's pretty bad. I do know tar is the really bad thing that causes cancer that is not in vapes, but it's still not bad. Like, it's better than, smoking a cigarette or a cigar on any regularity, but it's still bad for you. But at the same time, like, I'm not gonna tell people how to live their life, but what I wouldn't do.
Yeah. TLDR, it's bad for you. If you're smoking something, you're bringing foreign stuff into your lungs, and you are going to be causing some kind of damage.
Yeah, like I was actually saying to my chat, I think literally I read like a study 2 days ago. Like when I say read, I read an article about the study. I did not actually reach the scientific document. That they're like actually we're finding a lot of health problems with vaping. That said, I didn't dig into the details of specifically what they were, just that there was a lot of respiratory issues it causes.
Mm-hmm. I've never smoked something, and I don't plan to. I already have asthma. But Raul knows about the asthma, because we spent forever trying to find a restaurant that didn't allow smoking in Vegas.
Oh man, everything smelled like cigarettes everywhere in Vegas. And I done made a big mistake, and I'm trying to fix it. I was like, I'm not sure I could fit my truck around this. Because I didn't want to wait on a light. Okay, I managed to free myself. I had myself a little wedged in there for a moment.
No, there's no smoking ban in the U.S. Most establishments do not allow you to smoke inside, but Vegas is different.
Yeah, no, there's different states will have more restrictions. Like there's a lot of states that they're like, okay, you cannot have smoking indoors in just like general places with the exception of like bars and yada yada yada, but that's state by state, not federal.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think here in Florida the rule is if like like bar service, like alcohol is your primary business, smoking is allowed, I believe. I know there was talk about that changing. I don't know if it actually went through.
Is it just me, or is that kind of wild? Because, like, alcohol is literally flammable.
Well, right, but the idea is it's just, I mean, you're already putting one thing that's bad in your body, which for the record, I do actually socially drink from time to time and all that. But,
I don't think you had a drink
like it's...
with me, though.
No, I don't think I did. I did have some stuff while I was in Vegas, certainly, but
yeah,
when we were out, I didn't have anything.
I had 2 drinks the entire time in Vegas.
Me and Toom may have gotten one of those daiquiri things that was just absurd. Not like the big one, because I'm like, oh my god, I just don't even want to carry that thing. Like, forget the volume of alcohol in it. That I just don't want to carry that thing. It's like 4 feet long.
Mm-hmm.
But we grabbed one of the ones that was like a pretty decent size. Neither of us drink particularly much.
Ranger doesn't drink at all, and I only drink socially. Oh, it's only... Apparently, alcohol's only flammable when it's a really high alcohol value. You're only now adjusting your brain to recognize who Ranger is? Dude, we literally announced who he is like over 6 months ago, but you're good. You're like, I know that voice. Yeah. I finished the job.
I still have about 8 in-game hours. I mean,
dumb.
honestly, that's not bad for how much I cut off of that.
No.
I really lost my momentum when I took the damage was the thing, which I did get a repair, but that stalling out means I couldn't keep it at 90. So I was like hovering around 70 with all the slow up and speed down and everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna focus on... Oh, I didn't even have urgent deliveries unlocked. I don't.
Yeah, no, that'd definitely be like the first thing to do would be unlock like the special orders and like, you know, the various types of orders. Like the fuel efficiency is nice, but honestly, when you're talking, you're making hundreds of thousands on some of the deliveries. Like saving $50 on gas, not a big deal.
I focused long distance. I'm about to max it.
I did too. The long distance, like when even before streaming, like the long distance ride is my favorite. You just hop on the road. Let's like, all right, let's go 3,000 miles. Let's do this.
I just maxed it, yeah. It's definitely my favorite because what is this flag? You know, you can just kind of zone out and enjoy yourself. Parking's so much work.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Just cruising. Plus, you get to see more areas and all that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, most of the money made per day is mine. My driver's only making 2,000 a day.
Yeah, no, it bounces around. That's the reason why when you get more and more drivers, it kind of does a balance on it, where some of your drivers will have good days and others will have, you know, bad days, and it kind of split the difference.
Mm-hmm. I've had my driver focusing on high-value cargo.
I don't know if I set any of them to have any focus. I think it just said go.
Mm-hmm. Mine is also saying I'm on like day 18. I'm just looking through the stats now. I've done 24 deliveries. And only one of them was not on time. Oh, as you level up, you get new items you can put on your truck.
Yep. So you can get better trucks and all that. That is one of those things that I get why they do that, but it feels like with this game, with money and everything, I feel like it shouldn't really be, like, maybe you have to discover the places to get them or whatever, but like just leveling and being like gatekeeped by the level, it's like, but it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just driving more. Why can't I get the better truck if I got the cash in my hand?
True.
That's it. It's not that big a deal. You can, pretty early on, it's like only like level 5 or 10, you can get yourself, you know, a truck that can do everything in the game.
You're really out there.
Yup. Yes, I am.
I think you're outside of Oklahoma now.
Yeah, I mean, everything is nowhere near as dark green as it was before. It's very light
Oh.
green and tan.
Yeah, you're in Texas.
Cool.
You're getting pretty close though.
Yeah, I did a repair probably 200 miles back because I happened to, like, I passed the repair station, like, I noticed last thing, it's like, oh, turn around, grab that. Like, taking the time to do this real fast is going to make up for all these stalling. Like, it wasn't that much stalling, but, you know, with how long it takes to get up to 90 miles an hour, it just takes forever.
Mm-hmm. There's so much you can view. I don't know. I'm now just like looking around the menus because I'm just like, what should I do?
Oh, yeah. We should probably also check time. You're probably getting close.
Oh, we're past.
Oh, we are. Gotcha. So no more deliveries.
No,
You're cut off.
I'm cut off.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yep. Let's see where you're at.
4 hours out.
Just leaving Wichita Falls. And you're on your way to Fort Worth / Dallas.
Yay. Actually, I have no opinions on Texas. The only place I've seen in Texas is Houston.
Houston.
And
we
as
have
for a
problem.
competition, so I landed in an airport, drove to, I don't remember where the competition happened. I think it was like a sporting arena, and then back to the
Yeah.
airport.
I went to a cruise out of Galveston once. But that's my experience. My parents were really
Yeah.
big on cruising.
I mean, I don't get to cruise too much because, you know, it's heckin' expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But I would definitely say of the different types of vacations I've had, destination cruising, probably my favorite.
I don't like it. I get motion sick.
That is 100% valid.
Yeah.
But now for me it's just the whole thing of like, okay, you take a couple of days, you're on a boat, you have all sorts of shows and events going on, there's food. You can kind of just relax. You don't, like, you can worry about the schedule as much or as little as you want. So if there's stuff going on the boat you want to see, great, do it. If you don't, you can just like mill about. It's one of those things you don't have to worry about work chasing you, which was one of the big things for me at the time. Was I had so many jobs that were notorious about trying to be like, hey, can we, you know, hey, how does this thing work? Can you walk me through it? Hey, how does this? And like, look, man, my vacation isn't a vacation if I'm working during it.
My dad's work is that way. And so...
Yeah, so with...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my dad would literally turn off his phone.
Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing with the cruise. It's like, your phone's off, obviously, but it's like, hey man, even if I wanted to help you, sorry, no signal. I'm in the middle of the freaking ocean, so...
Yep.
like, Because you'll have ones where they'll give you pressures like, I need you to keep your phone on. It's like, sorry, man, that is a no pass go. By doing the cruise, you can just take the entire argument out and not even need to have it.
Yeah, I mean, what you can do is you can be like, yeah, sure. And then as long as it's a work phone. And then, you know, if any costs are charged, that's their own fault.
I mean, it's not even about the money side of it. It's more like very, very much how we have there's a conversation about where work bleeds into your personal time, and so that line gets more and more blurred. It could really mess with you when you suddenly realize that your time off, you're really not taking off because you always got this phone as this leash. So it is one of those things about, there's definitely the setting boundaries, being like, all right, boss, like, you only call this number
Don't
if it
miss
is
your
like
exit.
a literal actual.
Don't miss your exit.
I'm not. I'm good.
Don't miss it.
I'm going too fast onto it.
Don't miss it.
I have yet to miss an exit tonight. I have certainly missed exits many times in the past in this game, but tonight I haven't.
Me either.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Me either.
But yeah, so it's one of those things about like very much like setting the boundaries, saying like, hey, only actual emergencies. And I've had a couple times I've had to have a talk to the boss and be like, this thing you're bothering me about, it's not an emergency. It's like, you might want it faster, but it's not an emergency. Like, an emergency is, hey, all of our servers just caught fire. I know you can't get here to put out the fire. I need you to take the backup and toss it up on some piece of hardware so that the company doesn't go out of business. That's an emergency. Being an emergency being, we're slightly behind on a deadline. Yeah, that's not a me problem. That's a you having appropriate amount of staffing problem.
And a bad project management problem.
Oh yeah. I cannot tell you how often feature creep is just a killer in software dev.
And all you need is a firm project manager to say, hey, you gotta add that to the documentation, the budget needs to be increased.
Yep. This is not part of the original quote. If you would like this, we need to change your deadlines and change your amount, and we might tell you no. That is on the plate to say, hey, I'm sorry, we're not interested.
I don't know why project managers are scared of doing that. You're getting there. You're in, like, city. You're in Dallas. How's Dallas?
I don't see much of the city yet.
Really? You're
But,
in, like, main city.
I mean, at the moment, I just see interstate and cargo crates off of my right.
Yeah. I guess you kind of missed the city.
That's true of most of the game, and part of that is because building out the city and doing the entire rendering has performance implications because of all the objects and surfaces and yada yada yada. It's not insurmountable, but usually when they do that kind of stuff, you start getting rid of trees and stuff like that, to reduce your object count.
Do you live in Texas, Hero? I do like how they changed the consistency of the different companies based off where you are. For all we know, these companies are based off actual companies and their real locations.
I'm sure there's some parodying of stuff. Like, okay, there's like big farms here, and it's probably they have like the farming company in the game or two. But like, yeah, they'll be like, all right, this is a big farm area, slap down, farm company number 5.
Yeah.
And just shove it in there.
A lot of these feel like they could be real, though.
Oh yeah, that definitely would be possible.
Where was it? I was looking at a version of the map. I think it was this one. Yeah. That shows every single company. Do you want me to start reading them off and we can see if they remind us of anything?
Sure.
18 Wheels Garage. That just sounds generic. 42 Print. Also generic. ABQ Cargo Center. AI Automotive. Then we got the airport at Dallas Fort Worth, so that's like a legit thing. We also got the Denver airport, that's legit.
Yeah, no, the actual like locations usually are legit because I have like actual real life landmarks like the Golden Gate Bridge and that.
Alice Cars. American Lines. It looks to be train. American Truck Haulers. Asuma? That sounds like something. I don't know what it sounds like. But I swear there's a company that sounds like Asuma in real life. It looks like it's a car manufacturer of some kind.
Yeah, so like the one Alice Automotives is like I could see buying a car from a place called Alice Automotives.
Yeah. Avalanche Steel, that sounds very standard. Azul Blade Work. I think it says Blade Work, I can't fully tell. That's just a location. Bitumen. That's another location. Buildmaster Manufacturing Company. Bushnell Farms. Then we have Caliber Motors. That sounds like General Motor.
Oh yeah, Caliber Motors, you see that and you're like, I could absolutely see a company called Caliber Motors.
Calimondo. Central Civil Works. Coastline Mining. Chuck and Jacks. Chemso Ltd. Charged. And it looks like just to have like standard like home goods. That's a cargo terminal. Darchel Uzao, which is like beverages and like wine and stuff, I think. Darwing. Deep Wells. Dynamix. That makes me think of especially by what it has, it makes me think of like Vitamix and stuff, you know, the blenders.
Yeah.
Because their stuff like makes sense for that a bit, not perfectly, but Epro Gas. Electrical Industries, El Paso Freight, just a place called Eddie's. It looks to be your standard supermarket. Echoes Tower Power Transport, Evergreen. It looks to be like basically a Trader Joe's. Faraday Energy, Farmer's Barn, Gallon Oil. Flavor Fair, that looks to be a standard grocery store. Fishtail Food, also a grocery store. GARC. GF Cargo. Oh, Global Mills, and then they have like grains and milk. General Mills. Like the cereal. Oh, they totally could, Andy. Where was he loafing at?
He was out in front of the door.
Aw, baby.
He was in full loaf.
He doesn't do full loaf. He doesn't know how to do that.
He sure did. Well, I know you like the chocolate. Come on.
I'm just waiting for Rual to finish up. Finish your water. I love you. Thank you. But yeah, no, like, I don't know why the devs aren't selling ad space on the bulletin boards in game or with the company names.
They got the go-ahead from the community. The community said do it. It makes the game more realistic.
There's Home Store, which just makes me think of Home Depot because it's orange and everything.
I'm not sure if you heard me blasting the horn and parking in front of you.
I didn't hear a thing.
That's a shame.
Hi!
They guys talking about how they were going to talk about putting ads on billboards to be actual truckers?
I was with chat, yeah.
Yeah. The community was all hyped for it.
Where'd he go? Oh. So, yeah, I'm thinking we'd be done because I'm sleepy. It's 9:30. I should be trying to, I should be in bed in 30 minutes. So,
All right, no, but go ahead. Thank you so much for hanging out and all that. You sleep well and all that.
yeah, and you have a great rest of your stream. Do you know what you're gonna switch to yet?
I have not figured that out. Might be Farm Sim, might be something else. I will be figuring it out soon.
I love watching you play Farm Sim.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. It's very relaxing.
So while I was driving recklessly, I made over $200,000. Because the passive income of all those drivers does so much.
That's so good. During your time in this one, I made 53,000.
Yep, yeah, no, the levels and all that and the passive income is just huge.
Alright, I'm gonna hop out and throw a raid your way in the next few minutes.
Well, thank you. I will see them in a few minutes. I appreciate it.
See ya.
Later.
Alright, guys. I will be live next, either on a day where I don't get a job. So far I only have a job for tomorrow, for this week, because I'm a substitute teacher, and it's inconsistent. The work is, woo! Nothing broke, we're okay. And so I'll probably do a productivity stream if I get one of those. Worst case, I'll see you guys next weekend. Friday, we will be doing the mental health awareness raid train stream. So I'll be talking about my life story when it comes to mental health, and there's a lot to unpack there. So yeah, I did drop stuff. It's fine, nothing broke. And then on Saturday, I'm going to be part of the Natural Beauties raid train, which is a raid train focused on destigmatizing women not wearing makeup, because why the heck as a woman is it thought of as kind of required to wear makeup? I don't know, but feels like it is. So, both things that I very much stand behind and I'm excited to be part of. Anyway, we're gonna go raid Rual. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll be seeing all of you soon, hopefully. And yeah, I don't know what else to say, so I'm just gonna press this button. Bye bye. I gotta get to sleepies.